Namaste and greetings. I, Remat Arora, researcher at IMPRI, Impact and Policy Research Institute, Prabhav Evam Niti Anusandhan Sansthan, Nai Delhi, extend my warmest welcome to you all to IMPRI #Web Policy Learning. Today, we are gathered here for Day 2 of Feminism, Theory and Praxis, a 3-day immersive online certificate training course. We are in day 2 of this 3-day program, which is dedicated to understanding feminist movements, intersectionality, the pivotal role of feminism in addressing global challenges, and strategies for gender-inclusive policy making. Previously on this program, Professor Vibhuti Patel ji, Dr. Leena Pujari ji, Professor Linda Lane ji, and Dr. Shewli Kumar ji provided a comprehensive view into the complexities of feminist epistemology, intersectionalism, and post-colonial feminism. On our day 2, we will be joined by Professor Vibhuti Patel ji, visiting distinguished professor at IMPRI, Dr. Chitra Sinha ji, academic author and gender diversity expert, and Professor Saumya Uma ji, Professor, Jindal Global Law School and Director, Center for Women's Rights. The chair for the program is Professor Vibhuti Patel ji, visiting distinguished professor at IMPRI. The conveners for this course are Dr. Simmi Mehta, CEO and Editorial Director at IMPRI, and Dr. Arjun Kumar, Director at IMPRI. Proceeding further, I welcome all the participants to this enlightening deliberation and thank you for being interested and putting your time, energy, and effort into understanding the pivotal role of feminism in addressing global challenges while helping us to bring together the practitioners and participants through this course for impactful policy research and action. Now, without any further ado, let us start our program. It is my honor and privilege to invite the chair for the program, Professor Vibhuti Patel ji, to start the program with the chair's opening remarks. Welcome.
Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Remat Arora, for this introduction to the program and day 2. Today, like we are going to, yesterday we had a we started the course and we had 3 renowned feminists who introduced the topic of feminism as praxis. As Ramatji told us that they were, first lecture was by Dr. Leena Pujari, in which she introduced us to theorization by several feminists during 1980s and 90s and recently and the current times, the feminist epistemology and how it impacted the transformatory changes world over. Dr. Linda Lane's presentation on intersectional perspective in feminism also brought in the question of layered oppression that we face and the vulnerabilities, intersectional vulnerabilities of caste, class, race, ethnicity, region, language, color of skin that impacts women's predicament. And the post-colonial feminism by Dr. Shewli Kumar also talked about the theorization by the women from the colored women and also women from the developing world about the whole intersection of colonialism and patriarchal, so internal patriarchy and the external patriarchy. How do they define the predicament and the survival struggles of women? And all of them also critique the white feminist discourse, which is so universalist, and talked about the plural sources. What emerged from yesterday's discussion was that there are plural understandings of knowledge and knowledge construction by different feminists, but it is a very dynamics of feminist discourses are such that they have continued the legacy over last 200 years, and still we are finding massive resurgence of interest in feminism. The discussion that followed after each and every presentation was also extremely lively because all the participants also asked very serious questions, and their interventions were also very important because that enriched the discourse. And today, on day 2, we are going to have presentation on trends in feminism, feminist in Middle East and North African region, and also feminism and legal activism. So over to IMPRI.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I would now like to invite you as our first speaker of today for a presentation on trends in feminism. Over to you.
Yeah. Have to. Yeah. So we have got the grounding about feminist discourses in a great detail in yesterday's, I think, more than 3 hours, it's a nearly 4 hour session. But now I think I'm going to take up the various trends. I think nearly 50% of them were covered yesterday. But now we need to understand that the vision, mission, goals, and feminism uh, are basically to challenge the subordination, oppression, exploitation, subjugation, injustice, and discrimination against girls and women with an aim to establish gender equality in all spheres of life. Feminism has also expanded its horizons and is going beyond gender binary and feminist solidarity for the gender spectrum and the support to LGBTQIA plus community. In most of the developing world, I think we see it in praxis. Even in terms of theorization, queer studies has enriched the feminist discourse. As feminism strives for liberation of humankind by challenging patriarchal control over sexuality, fertility, and labor that harms all. It harms men, women, transgender people, and all are brutalized by the sexism, misogyny, very hyper masculinity, and hence the feminism as a political philosophy has a universal appeal. Though it is said that it was Mary Wollstonecraft's work in 1970, in the 18th century, with the vindication of rights of women, with strictures on political and moral subjects, that this first trend of feminism started. But I think historically it can be challenged because there are so many countries, like whether you talk about Indonesia or Malaysia or Philippines or India or Bangladesh, everywhere there has been a feminist expressions and the whole liberatory forces, and which were expressed more in terms of verses, in terms of the lived experiences of women, especially in India. If you see that the early uh, feminism lied in the religious reform movement. So if you see the verses of Laleshwari, they are there on YouTube. You can even listen to the work by Laleshwari, which are and she lived during the 14th century. She was a mystic, and it was her mystic poetry which also gave the vision and the dream of women's liberation from the daily, day-to-day experiences of oppression and dehumanization and degradation. Habba Khatun, who gave up all her assets, she left her palace. She challenged the patriarchy which she was facing in her environment. She lived alone she constructed hut by herself. She lived next to the river, and she was interacting with the people. She transcended the uh, barriers of class because she came from the noble family, and she was interacting with the local people, caste, class, religion, all that she challenged. And even her expressions are talking about the kind of discourses that we have in a current context of fighting for women's liberation. The same is the study of Mirabai. Like if you see Mirabai's bhajans, and there is a very good study done by Dr. Parita Mukta, and Cambridge University has published the book also, her research, where Parita did her field work. She did a qualitative research, and she was doing her field work in Chittorgarh, and she was moving in various villages, and she did not come across any girl or a woman whose name was Meera. And she asked the people that, why haven't you named your daughter as Meera? And they said, we don't want. Meera was too much of a revolutionary. She did not remain in the confines of the patriarchal family. She did not accept the segregation of women in the domesticity. She was moving like a pariah. She was meeting and mixing with all types of people, and she was talking about, well, she did not perform her wifely duty, and the kind of challenge which the lived reality and lived experiences of Mirabai also posed to the patriarchy of the time. That also makes her a very, and in her verses in bhajans of Mirabai also, that liberatory dream, that dream of a women's liberation, dream of life free of uh, any kind of humiliation and subjugation is expressed again, though it comes out in the form of her utopian lover, who is the Lord Krishna. We see that coming to the question of suffrage movement, because the suffrage movement is considered to be part of the liberal feminism, where the women made a collective expression. So that is the one important thing about the suffrage movement, that these were not individual quest for liberation, but in suffrage movement we saw women came together and they asked for their right as citizenship right. Yesterday, Dr. Leena Pujari told us that what Aristotle, Socrates, Rousseau, even those who believed in democracy, they believed about women. They did not treat women as citizens. They did not treat women as a individual. While suffragists, they also not only fought for their right to vote and their right to property and their own right of women to be treated as equal citizens, but they also expressed their solidarity for the people who were purchased and who were kept and controlled as slaves. So even the abolition of slavery. So most all suffragists were also actively involved in abolition of slavery. So the first gathering of the suffragists, which was devoted to women's rights in United States, was in 1848, which is called the Seneca Fall Declaration, where women gave their declaration for liberation. And working class women were also involved in that. And what we see is that liberal feminism, which talked about the constitutional equality, equality in front of the law, the state should treat all human beings equally. That came out in a liberal feminist, and they also talked about constitutional equality. Around the same time, like little later than suffragist gatherings, we also saw so many Marxist feminists. They also became very active. They were active in the working class. In 1848, Communist Manifesto was out. Karl Marx had formed First Internationals. Many women, both activists as well as the workers, women workers, they were very active in the First International. And they, Marxist feminists, they locate the principal contradiction in the society into the class structure, that it is the class system throughout the human civilization. We have seen it is the class antagonism that has created massive human misery and inequality, discrimination, and women being treated as a property. So it's the origin of private property, as Marx's companion Engels, he talked about, that it is the origin of property, private property, that resulted in subjugation of women. And women also were treated as property, mainly because once you have a private property system, then you are also, who will inherit your property? That question comes. So those who control property, they also started controlling women. So women from the property class have more control because it is their sexuality and fertility that is very, very important to control for continuing the class order. We saw in the 70s, we also came across some of the very powerful current in feminism, that was a radical feminism, and they were the ones who first time brought the issue of violence against women as a weapon. Some of the stalwarts of radical feminist thinking, Susan Brownbiller, who wrote a book Against Our Will. She provided a very systematic study of rape survivors. And she said that rape is a weapon in the hands of man to keep women under perpetual state of terrorization, humiliation, subjugation, and subordination. So violence against women became a very important concern during the 70s. And it was the radical feminists who brought in that the principal contradiction that you see in the man-woman relationship, they are basically rooted in the patriarchal control. And this patriarchal control manifests in terms of various forms of violence: emotional, psychological, physical, sexual violence, economic violence also, because if you institutionalize unequal pay, it is also economic violence, that for doing the same kind of work, you don't give equal opportunity, equal treatment, and equal wages to women. And that in a market economy, in a capitalist economy, that becomes the tool to keep women in the bottom of the pyramid. And radical feminists, many people criticize radical feminists for some of their extremely provocative slogans such as "every man is a potential rapist." That was an extremely popular slogan when I was in my college, no, in the 70s. Or "personal is political" also came from them. Then the question of sisterhood is powerful, that also, which was contested later on by the post-colonial feminists, the intersectional feminists, as it was discussed yesterday by Dr. Linda Lane and Dr. Leena Pujari, that how there is no universality because of the intersectional operations, intersectional vulnerabilities that are there in the systems and structures of patriarchy. Another very important and globally very powerful trend in feminism has been socialist feminists. Socialist feminists are against all forms of hierarchies and inequalities, injustices, and oppression. And they believe that women's predicament are determined by the complex interplay of class, caste, race, religion, ethnicity, and patriarchy. So here they talk about the interplay of forces. By in intersectionality, they talk about the intersection, that how your social location intersects with your multiple identities and multiple life situations that you face in your life. Hence, the need for deconstructing patriarchy in a different socio-cultural, geopolitical, and historical context. Socialist feminists say that patriarchy in a different historical context have behaved differently. So the patriarchy's tools, the 5 tools of patriarchy, the power of patriarchy lies in the institutions such as family, kinship network, state, religion, the way education is, the values are imparted through education. So all of them, they superimpose the same ideas of male domination and female subordination. And socialist feminists, they say that though in a different context, manifestation of patriarchy may be different, okay? In Western countries, maybe veiling is not there. Women are not under parda, but they face a very different type of patriarchal manifestation of violence. For example, objectification of women, or the violence, if we see the sexual violence against women is very, very, very high throughout the world. And there also it is very high. Domestic violence, whether you are in London or you are in Bombay, the percentage of women who face domestic violence within and without marriage. Okay, so even among the living partners, the violence is extremely high. In a geopolitical situation, also things change. Women from Afghanistan, before say Taliban rule, they enjoyed formal equality, and they had freedom to go to school or college, or they had freedom to pursue all kinds of professions and career. But what we saw, that the moment political situation changed and Taliban came to power just 2 years back, and what we saw, that all women from the workforce had to be thrown out. They were thrown out. So many of them, they were judges and journalists and professors and teachers and community workers and NGO workers. All of them they had to either leave the country, or they were confined to their domesticity. So much so that even girls in Afghanistan currently are not allowed to have formal education beyond the 6th standard. So the political situation is also very much responsible of the extent of freedom or confinement that is determined for women or marginalized communities. No, so it is very important not to be complacent. We have to constantly be watchful about our rights. We have to protect our rights, and we have to see to it that our freedoms don't get compromised when the political transformation takes place. There are n number of examples that we have of the post-colonial societies. For example, Algerian Revolution, women worked shoulder to shoulder with men to fight against the French colonialism. But the moment the Algeria became independent, the first thing the men leaders of the country, they said that women should go back to Parda, and they should not be in the public life. And so many feminists who opposed it, they were thrown out. They had to seek refugee status in the Western countries. So it is so understanding all the aspects, socio-cultural, economic, geopolitical, and historical, is very important. That's what socialist feminists talk about. Now, psychoanalytical feminists, it came as a result of women who were providing support to women survivors of violence. We saw that during the 70s. So throughout the world, we had a women's movement, and the issue of violence against women, for the first time, violence against women was taken up by the collective of women as a social issue. That the whole understanding of violence against women as systemic and structural violence and patriarchal value system and patriarchal institutional biases of patriarchal biases are responsible for gender-based violence. And for that, we can't have just one particular way of explaining that. So psychoanalytical family, those who were providing support to women survivor of violence, they realized that because of the different kind of life situations and the life worlds of women, the trajectory of the experiences of violence and getting out of violent situation were very, very different. So it's very important to understand the individual journey of a woman and legitimize that, because main thing that comes in case of violence against women is victim blaming. You don't accept that as a legitimate experience. Always you find fault with her, or as Freud said, that Freud was always Freud. Okay, everyone compares Freud with Newton, that like quantum physics. Freud also did a major invention of bringing psychotherapy into the whole discourse of mental health. But Freud also was a misogynist, because Freud always said that all those women who used to go to Freud for counseling session, for psychotherapy, they all confided in him some of the most painful experiences of sodomy or incest or rape or marital rape, or children who were taken to Freud for for their mental condition of fear or phobia or bedwetting or screaming at night, certain types of undecided anxiety that they had. Freud listened to them carefully, but what he inferred was that these children were dreaming. They were the bad dreams. They were hallucinating. And they said that it is the Electra complex of a boy and the Oedipal complex of a girl that creates this kind of a sexual imagery. And that did a major disservice, because even if you see the medical sciences, any testimony given by women or children, that's what it was written even in the medical textbooks, that any testimony of a woman and child should be taken with pinch of salt. So even the doctors are get biased that, okay, these people may be exaggerating, they may be dreaming, or they must be just cooking up the story. You cannot. And in certain countries, women's testimony is not even treated as a testimony, because unless one woman testifying about her rape will not be even considered. On the contrary, she would be flogged in most of the Islamic states, including in Pakistan. We have heard that. So these kind of influences of those meta theories, and especially of Freud, who enjoyed the demagogue status, was contested by feminists. And they said that psychoanalytical feminists said the first important thing is the non-threatening environment that you need to create for the survivor of violence. Don't be judgmental. Treat their experience as a legitimate experience, and also do the collective consciousness raising, that so many women with similar experiences, when they come together, they can share, they can also identify what are the limitations, what are the fears, and how can that be overcome through collective endeavor. So the whole question of consciousness raising, that you identify the sources of your subordination and you collectively come out as a strong. I think Dr. Veena Agrawal gave a very beautiful slogan called Ek aur Ek 11. So that is the principle, that you are in a very precarious position, but you can get out of it when you get united. And yesterday, I think Dr. Linda also said there is strength in number. So psychoanalytical feminists, they not only critique the Freud, but they also came up with an alternative way of empowerment, emotional empowerment. And once the empowerment comes, you can negotiate your life, whether it is in economic field or in the socio-cultural field, with vis-a-vis your family, vis-a-vis your workplace, everywhere you can negotiate your rights and your dignity, your self-esteem is enhanced once you get that kind of moral courage through this kind of exercise of locating the cause of violence, not in you because you are the survivor, but the person who has done. There is nothing wrong in you, not because you have short hair, not because you are wearing Western clothes, not because you are talking, you argue a lot, or not because you are walking alone at night that violence took place. No, violence took place because the person who was aggressive, who sexually violated you, is a very patriarchal, misogynist mindset. So this kind of understanding, which came from the psychoanalytical feminists, is extremely important. Now also, all women's organizations who are providing support to women in need of when they face violence, whether it's a domestic violence, marital rape, child sexual abuse, trafficking, forced into sex work, all these women, when they do, they get out of that helpless situation, hopeless situation by this kind of a counseling, first one-to-one counseling, and also consciousness raising exercises, which is also adopted by the self-help groups, various self-help groups, whether it's a cancer patient survivors group or a young mothers survivor group, because postpartum depression that they face. So it has been a very important tool for empowerment of women. Now, yesterday, I think both Dr. Leena Pujari and Dr. Linda Lin mentioned postmodern feminism. I think Dr. Shewli Kumar also, I think, mentioned. So postmodern feminism, and they gave examples of works of Foucault and Gayatri Spivak, who also talked about Can the Subaltern Speak? That's the only one chapter that you have in the 6 volumes of Subaltern Studies. So postmodern feminism, it challenges the hegemony of meta theories. So what positivism, about which Dr. Leena Pujari said, that how all the meta theories, they measure everybody's reality or everybody's life situation with the same yardstick. It can be Europocentric, it can be white male perspective, it can be a very, very classist perspective, okay? And these dominant discourses, the different ways dominant discourses were challenged. As I told you, that Paulo Freire and Ivan Illich, they also challenged dominant discourses, and they talked about the knowledge of the oppressed people. Foucault talked about dominant discourse versus the knowledge of the subjugated, oppressed, marginalized. Who are the marginalized? In his book, Madness and Civilization, he talks about that it is the cutthroat capitalist culture which keeps, which is like a pyramid, no? So only, who can be on the top of the pyramid? Very few. Rest of them in this mercenary level of competition, they'll be thrown out. So unemployed, people who are called vagrant, or people who are considered to be useless or a parasite, these are the ones who are completely, they are voiceless, they have to lead a very precarious life. And this can happen for several reasons. A rural, you have a very, very urban-centered policy, and all the agrarian policies are anti-peasant. Obviously, millions of farmers who were earlier doing cultivation and agriculture-based work, they will have to come to the city. The moment you are jobless, you are homeless, you are considered to be a criminal. And then police brutalizes you. You are treated, that Raj Kapoor's film, which we had seen, Jago Mohan Pyare, that how a villager who comes to the city, how he gets dispossessed of whatever little he had, and also gets brutalized. So these are the kind of people who don't have voice, who don't have representation, who don't have decision-making power, and who don't have any dignity or personhood left when they get marginalized. So what postmodern feminists uh, talk about and emphasize is the decentering from the mainstream, no? So Gayatri Spivak's explanation, feminist literary criticism of Mahashweta Devi's Dopri, where a Dopri is a tribal woman whose son is supposed to be Naxalite. He has gone away. Police come to her house. They ask for the whereabouts of her son. She doesn't know. And whole night, this uniformed policeman brutalize her. They rape her. And in the morning, when the police opens the door. Dopadi's clothes are tattered, her body is bruised. There are so many wounds on her face, and Dopadi comes out and she challenges. All villagers are there. They are in tears and they look at the condition of Dopadi. Dopadi looks straight in the eye of the policeman and they say that you have raped my body. Now, if you have any guts, can you rape my soul? She throws away whatever little torn clothes she had on her body, and everyone in the village, they lowered their eyes. No, that is called Najro Ka Parda. All of them, they do it. It's such a powerful short story which Mashweta Devi wrote and Gayatri Spivak did the feminist literary criticism of that from the postmodern perspective. That here is a woman totally powerless. She's a single woman. She's an old woman. She's a tribal woman. She's you know, in the village setup, in her community setup, she is completely powerless. But look at her agency. She's just not a victim. She's fighting. And these are the voices that you need to bring out. So the emphasis of decentering from the mainstream and focus on the power play and how those who are at the receiving end of the system are also fighting back and who are showing their courage and who are showing their personhood, they are showing their dignity and challenging the oppressive forces. I think that's very important. And so many postmodern writings, they are focused on this kind of talks of testimonies of the margin, whether it's a Sharmila Rekhi's work on Dalit feminism or the works of the Latin American feminists, which are who have focused on the native women's fight against environmental damage, against draconian forest loss, against polluting the river Amazon, fighting against the landmines in several areas. So I think that is a very important contribution in terms of expanding the horizons of the feminist discourses, which the postmodernism has done. There has been a criticism of postmodern trend also, that if you go on decentering, where will there be solidarity? Okay, you say that all along Indian feminist movement has been controlled by the upper caste, upper class women. Okay, we accept it. But after that, you say that we will have our separate, this thing is a Dalit feminism, which is important. But at the same time, are there points of convergence? Are we challenging the patriarchy from our location? So that is this thing that descent is important, but at the same time, we should not forget the solidarity and the universal human rights, which are very, very important, around which we need to mobilize our praxis, mobilize our struggles. Ecofeminist is a very important trend. We had this very important movements in the early 70s. It was in 1972 that women from Tehri Garhwal, they challenged the developmental policies imposed in the Himalayan valleys, and they came up with the Chipko movement. A lot has been written about it. There are several replications of these Chipko struggles throughout India, throughout even now in the urban India, where they are trying to protect the urban gardens, urban forests, and urban green belts, and several Asian countries and several Western world also, ecofeminism has played a very important role. Some of the stalwarts of ecofeminists like Vandana Shiva or Maria Mies, who passed away this year only, they also linked up the environmental damage to the capitalist development, and they kept capitalism on a world scale. The book written by Maria Mies also says that now in the 21st century, women are the last colony, because now geographical area to be colonized is now becoming politically very uncomfortable for the capitalism, because the local communities there is a whole legacy of the anti-colonial struggles and the liberation movements. So what are the new ways in which capitalism maintains its super profit is treating women, using patriarchal or subordination of women as a tool to accumulate profit, for super profit. So using the patriarchal biases against women, treating them as the cheapest labor, And globalizing, even in the economic globalization, women of color. So using sexism, racism, and classism, all three, the cocktail of these three, to keep women at the bottom of the pyramid. So ecofeminists also at one level talk about the symbiotic relationship between Mother Nature and women. At the second level, they are critiquing the capitalist development, which is extractivist, which colonizes not only women, it colonizes Mother Earth, and women are also treated like that. Some of the left groups have criticized ecofeminists for being too romantic about women's relationship with the Mother Earth. But at the same time, the analysis of capitalist greed and using women's labor for capital accumulation has been very, very robust, and that has made ecofeminism and their works and some of the alternatives and the successful models they have created. It's not only in the area of ideas. Ecofeminists have also supported several women's clusters, and they have started the institutions which are R&D on organic farming or decentralized water resources, or women, using women's collective wisdom for reforestation or for women's the rights, or creating a sustainable future for the community. I think these are some of the very important, whether it is a Wangari Maathai who started Green Belt movement in Africa. We have visited during the Nairobi conference in '85. All feminists visited her model farm which she had created. And this Green Belt movement, Wangari Maathai was an eco-feminist. She was a professor of botany, and she challenged the agro-business of the West. And they say that it is, you have engineered hunger in Africa. Africans are not responsible for hunger. It is the faulty agrarian, the competitor, the local ruling class, pressurized by the multinational agribusiness to change the cropping pattern from subsistence crop, from vegetables, what people usually for generations who consume, Africans consume the kind of food that was replaced by commercial crop of coffee cultivation, coffee seeds, or cocoa, or pineapple, or cherry, or strawberry, for the agro business, because the Western people, they eat a lot of fruits, and they also have a lot of juice. So that it was created with the agrarian crisis in Africa, and the hunger in Africa is created by the agro business. She was called mad. She was imprisoned. And she was, it was in 1985 that the women of 185 countries, when they descended in Nairobi, and the first demand they made that Wangari was released first, then only they would allow UN end of the conference to start. And that's how Wangari was released. She was given Nobel Peace Prize later on. She traveled to all 56 African countries, convinced the farmers that don't subordinate your food sovereignty. Don't make your family starve for the agro-business. It's a subsistence crop is very important. It is called Green Belt movement. So ecofeminists have come up with many such examples. Navadanya, which started by Vandana Shiva, or the Deccan Development Authority, how the women from Jahanabad in Bundelkhand, they came up with a multi-cropping system to cope with the climate change, the areas in which there is a water shortage, what kind of crops you should have, or what, all those experiments which are made by the women's clusters all over the world. And these are the women who say, the world leaders, that respect collective wisdom of women, and give them not only representation, but also the voice. Women's voice must be heard. So ecofeminists believe that women's role in subsistence economy is crucial for survival of humankind. Women have symbiotic relationship with Mother Nature, and male-dominated development models are violent not only towards women, but also towards Mother Earth. So both Mother Earth and women, they have to fight against this kind of patriarchal violence, and it's the class patriarchy that you need to fight at a larger level, at a systemic and structural level. Now, another very important trend about which Dr. Linda Lane mentioned was a Black feminist, that race is the central reality of Black feminists, though they also challenge patriarchal and male domination. So when it comes to color of your skin, or when it comes to your ethnicity, you are together with your brothers and fathers, okay? Because they are also the victim of racism. We know the Black Life Matters. So many women were active in Black Life Matters movement, which took place 2 years back. But when it comes to internal patriarchy, so internal patriarchy is that their own brothers and fathers and sons and men in general, when they use the patriarchal power against women, we would fight against that also. Now, womanist has become a very important concern among the creative people. And what we have seen that this contribution of Afro-American feminists who believe that despite barbaric experiences of slavery over 500 years, subjugation and horror, which the Africans faced throughout 500 years, Black culture or Black celebration, their cuisine, their batik, their folklores, their folk tales, their dance forms, they survived. How did it happen? Because the conditions were extremely oppressive for the slaves. It was the resilience of women. Women were not even African people were not even allowed literacy. Okay, Macaulay wanted Indians to be literate, moderately literate, so that they could become at least clerks and cashiers for the colonial empire, British Empire to rule. British Empire had to rule 65 countries, no, during the colonial times, and they wanted some clerical staff. So Indian were given this thing because of the Brahminical tradition. Indians had massive craving for literacy and reading and writing. But Africans were not. The slogan for the Africans by the colonialist was that education is no good for Black African. And that's why you can see how the kind of poems and kind of proverbs and kind of tales which the white people would have, like many of you must have sung the nursery rhyme, Ina Mina Maina Mu, catch a nigger by his toe. If he cries, let him go. Imagine you treat a young African boy like that, no? The way you catch mouse or you catch any insect, you would treat that person. So complete denial of the personhood of African population, using them only as a slave labor, making them work for 16 hours a day, closing their mouth with the wire so that they don't eat while working in a field of sugarcane or groundnut or green grams, and raping African women. And despite all these horrible conditions, women were singing lullabies to their children. They were teaching their children about African customs and traditions and art forms and various stories they were telling them. And that is how this African culture has survived. And that is the resilience, because there was no other way of documentation. It was only the oral history. And yesterday, Dr. Leena Pujari talked about the power of oral history, that how important the oral history is to understand the lived experiences of women in a specific situation. So they believe that instead of constantly talking about oppression and exploitation and breastfeeding and crying and telling only sad stories, isn't it important to promote celebrations, cultural legacies through heritage of oral histories, legend, grandmother stories? And womanists believe that non-white colored women must be proud of her story. We have our own story, okay, instead of aping the white or a consumerist or oppressive male culture. So womanism and Alice Walker's blue color purple, and I think in her mother's garden, no? So so many creative expressions, Maya Angelou and Alice Walker and many Afro-American feminists, they came up with this term called womanist. And I think in India also, I think Cynthia Stephen, she calls herself a womanist, Dalit feminist. Now, intersectional feminism, I need not say much because yesterday we had a special lecture just on intersectional feminism. But in a sentence, I can say that it takes into consideration the interplay between discrimination, varied forms of discrimination, as you can see in this very different circles, no Venn diagram, that the intersection of sexuality, racial identity, gender, nationality, disability. This and the idea of intersectionality entered Indian feminism through Dalit feminism. It argued that caste and gender are interlocking systems that produce specific experiences of women situated at the intersections of the system. So, for example, Dalit women, because Dalit women personifies variety of oppressions and exploitation, class exploitation, caste-based oppression, and patriarchal oppression. Okay, and the other also about the education, you can bring many other intersectionalities of, say, education or the kind of work which they are forced to do because of the caste background. No? Now, post-colonial feminism, about which we had a lecture by Dr. Shewli Kumar, and and she also told us that how post-colonial feminism is skeptical about universal sisterhood and highlights that there are intersectional marginalities based on gender, social class, race, ethnicity, or sexual preference, because LGBTQIA community and the whole gender spectrum, that is a very different way of organizing their personal life. It incorporates the ideas of indigenous feminist movement into the mainstream feminism, post-colonial, and now one which is very, very important, and lot has been written. Professor Manisha Desai has also written, and in the previous course she had given a lecture on transnational feminism, which developed out of post-colonial and women of color feminism, both of which critique the idea that sisterhood is global. It exposes harmful effect of globalization and capitalism on people across nations, races, genders, class, and sexualities. At the same time, it simultaneously advocates for working to lay the groundwork for more productive and equitable social relations among women across borders and cultural contexts. So transnational feminism is based on the principles of solidarity and mutual respect and mutual understanding of women in a different socio-political and geographical context. Now, when it comes to the praxis, how all these trends impacted feminist praxis over last 50 years, you can see, right from, say, early 70s when it started feminist praxis. Even in the 19th century, I already told you what happened after the formation of First International, how the women started mobilizing around the work-related issues after the Industrial Revolution, and also in the early 20th century, women's role in fighting against 2 world wars and also establishing global linkages. And also 8th March was declared in 1910 as a respect for the women's struggles in Chicago, where they asked for the 8 hours of work, childcare facilities for working mothers, and equal pay for equal work. For the first time, they had fought for their rights. Now, in the middle, after 1970, we saw that the feminist ideologies impacted the development discourse. So women in development model, which also believed in the integration of women into the development process, that also that women not to be used as auxiliary labor force, which can be only utilized at the time of shortage of male labor, and the women they are eased out when male labor is ready to take over. That was the experience of First and Second World War. When men were at the front, women were managing economy. The moment men came back, women were asked to produce babies and be the homemaker. So that was critiqued, and women in development approach also talked about women's contribution to the economy. Women are making contribution. Women are making 2 types of contribution, paid and unpaid, and women's work is not valued. So the unpaid family work, care economy became a very important concern in this approach. And also unpaid family work, how do we look at it, where things which are not monetized in the market economy, but they are extremely valuable for the survival of the community, of the household, and of the economy. In the 80s, when we saw the approach which critiqued women in development approach, because it was asking for integration of women through affirmative action in the existing developmental model, which was challenged by Women and Development. They said that most of the development processes, whether it's a modernization, agriculture mechanization, or say industrialization, or urbanization, all of them have bypassed women. They have not contributed to women's empowerment or women's development. What we need is the self-mobilization. It is very important. All the slogans of feminists that women united will never be defeated, there is a strength in number, all of them emerged during this mid 70s or late 70s, and their bad approach, that's mobilization of you organize your women facing this kind of marginalization. They have to come together either in the form of a trade union or women's cooperatives or self-help group or different countries had different models. In Bangladesh, they came up with a self-help group, SHG model after 1971, when 1 million women were raped by Aya Khan's army and all the rape survivors. Though state called them Virangana, but the society did not accept them, and they came up with the self-help group. Women with a similar kind of life experiences came together under the self-help group and microfinance movement. In India, we saw that a person like Ilaben Bhatt, who, when women started getting thrown out of the traditional manufacturing industries because of the modernization and because of the rationalization and mechanization, women were not given opportunity for skill enhancement. And when the new machineries arrived, women were checked out. And they had, for 3-4 generations, they had worked in those industries. And they came up, 11, they said that she had many questions in front of her. She asked her political guru, Mridula Sarabhai, who was a trade union, who had formed TLA, Textile Labor Union, but she was too old to understand the reality, extremely old. She had lost touch with the actual ground reality. And she debated a lot whether it should be a Mahila Mandal, it should be a women's association, or it should be just the decentralized groups. But she said no, she decided to have a trade union. She registered SEVA, Self-Employed Women's Association, as a trade union, which would have a twin objective: fight against any kind of injustices that women were facing, fight against the local authorities, fight against the draconian laws, and also come up with a constructive program for women's survival. So they had a model which were women produce, self-employed women, whatever they produce, they also sold it themselves, and they saw to it that they get better wages, better bargaining power, better marketing facilities, better forward and backward linkages. They are very important. They were very important. Many people see this experiment as a part of a liberal feminism because it believes in functioning within the constitutional guarantee of equality. But there have been many such different examples. Fisher Folks Union, they also, Women's Fisher Folks, Women Fisher Folks Associations, or the Working Women's Forum in Tamil Nadu, or Annapurna, which came out, which was a very big organization, which was formed as a Mahila Mandal in terms of women's cooperatives, not as a trade union, by Prematai Purav, and now it has become Annapurna Maharashtra, Annapurna Bharat, by Madam Meda Samant. So these approaches of women and development, and in several Latin American countries also, and African countries also, many such experiments were made. GAD approach came it got crystallized more after the Nairobi conference, where experiences which were shared by feminists from all these countries, nearly 185 countries, women were there. And they said that we are fighting, challenging patriarchy from the position of powerlessness. Women are at the bottom of the pyramid. We are constantly making demands to the state. We are making demands to the power structures which are controlled by men. But what kind of bargaining power, negotiating power do we have? We are only giving our charter of demands. Why can't we bend this power structure by entering into it? Number one. Number two, why don't we do gender sensitization? All men are also oppressed by patriarchy. And if we do gender sensitization and convey that equality is not, as yesterday all three speakers say, that equality, women's equality doesn't take away anything from men. It's a man remain equal when women are equal. So it's a gender and development. It's a win-win formula. If a woman of your family or girl of your family studies, she gets educated, she is skilled, she's self-sufficient, she's bold, she's healthy. Everyone benefits. Family benefits. She benefits. Her community benefits, her state benefits, the country benefits. So gender and development model, which takes the focus only from patriarchy to the power. I think gender relations are power relations. They are based on the subordination domination relationship. Gender is socially constructed. Now it is being contested by LGBTQIA community, that is it only social construction, because every one of us is told what should a boy do and what should a girl do. You must have seen the film Barbie, no? Barbie doll. Then stereotypes are so straitjacketed and so much forcibly imposed on every child, but still, why different type of sexual uh, practices are there? It's not only heterosexuality, there is a whole gender spectrum. So even when the social construction is binary, there are challenges to this kind of binary understanding of only man and women as the two categories of gender. There are people who there are studies which are saying that there are several genders, there are multiplicity of genders, and there is a gender fluidity within one person also. There is a part male, part female. So there are lesbian, gays, bisexual, intersex, all various types of sexual expressions are there. So in a GAD approach, you also include all this gender spectrum into your discourse and make the developmental intervention for them so that they don't get marginalized. So explicit measures of gender equality, which are like whether it's a sex ratio or literacy rate or health or nutrition indicators, wage differentials, ownership of property, inheritance, all of them, they have been scrutinized through gender lens. Now, for another very important concern in feminist praxis is that of visibility of gender in statistics and data system. That for any kind of transformative change that you want to bring in, you need accurate data. Without data, you are shooting in the dark. So conceptual biases, operational biases, of the data gathering agencies in your own research methodology, they have to be questioned, and you have to make it gender inclusive data system and provide the statistics and indicators accordingly. The current development debate about say, the gender development index or gender empowerment measure, which is also where the feminists have made a very, very important contribution in the data, demographic data, or the researches on health or education or human rights discourses, which was totally gender absent earlier, where human rights were seen only in terms of rights of the political prisoners or rights of the people who are in the territory and who are facing major damage due to war. But every time there is an upheaval or a war or disaster, women and children and minorities, whether they are sexual minorities, they suffer the most. We saw that how during Katrina cyclone, transgender community was not even listed in the relief community. Elderly people were not even listed. So all the relief relief intervention was targeted to young, able-bodied, heterosexual people. So this is what happens when you are not cognizant of the existence and the specific needs of specific population. No. So so that sensitivity is important. Feminism has also impacted legislative measures, legislative reform. We are going to have Dr. Saumya Uma, who will tell us about legal activism, how the Equal Remuneration Act that came into existence, formation of women's union like SEVA, constitutional guarantees, the whole discourse on those 15 women who played a pivotal role in formation of Constitution of India under leadership of Baba Sahib Ambedkar and their contribution in the freedom movement, their feminist lens, that is also being now researched. The question of quota, self-help groups, ECOSOC, with the United Nations had to start economic and social status of women desk after 1970. Esther Bosrup's contribution, women's role in economic development. Vienna Convention, which was extremely important, was a landmark contribution with the convention made where the slogan, women's rights are human rights, was raised. And it was decided that the gender-based violence is so deep-rooted over thousands of years that what we need is a 15 days of activism every year from 25th November to 10th of December, which is called 2 weeks of campaign against violence, gender-based violence, a CEDAW, Convention on Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, which UN adopted in 1978. And currently, if we see, more than 180 countries have accepted CEDAW with certain caveats, no? And the reproductive rights of women, the feminist contribution to reproductive rights, from reproductive control to reproductive right, bringing this paradigm shift and talking about women's right to decide, informed consent in the population policy, women taking decision of their life, whether they want to produce babies, how many babies, whether they want to produce babies or not, and what type of contraceptive measure they want to use, what are its harms. All these things are extremely important in the whole question. It's not the social engineering by the state, whether your state is a pro-natalist, then they would force women to produce n number of babies and use women's bodies as baby machine. Or if it is an anti-natalist, they would use the draconian top-down vertical bureaucratic population control policies, and the extreme form we witnessed during the emergency rule of 18 months in India. And currently also there are so many violations which are taking place. So I think these have been in terms of praxis, feminist contribution has been extremely crucial in expanding the freedoms and justices for women. So current global concern for the feminists, one is a human capital formation school, which is instrumentalist, which only talks about seeing human being as human capital, which is not acceptable to feminists. We support the right-based approach. We support the human development approach. Each and every person has a right to education, right to food, right to dignity, right to self-esteem, right to justice. Women's rights are human rights, and that is the one thing which is very important in binding women who are fighting for in every walks of the society and every sector of the economy. They are fighting crimes in the name of honor, question of identity politics, cultural nationalism, how it restricts women's mobility, women's opportunities, women's creativity, and perpetuates violence against women. Land rights of women, they are also very important feminist concerns in all developing countries of Latin America, Africa, and Asia. LGBTQIA rights, and also currently, as of today, at 48 places on this planet, wars are being fought. And feminist concern is that of peacekeeping, peacemaking, and peace building. And both in terms of advocacy and in terms of actual intervention. You know that in Manipur, when the churches, 300 churches were burnt and women were gang raped by in the ethnic tension and ethnic conflict. It was the women's organizations, the feminists were the first one to reach there. So many of them were not even allowed to meet the community, to visit the refugee camps, but they also provided, they later on, through intervention of national global pressure as well as National Human Rights Commission, they started community kitchens for the people. They started relief operations and the medical services. What in nutshell, I can say that last 50 years of feminist activism in India has managed to challenge 5,000 years of patriarchal order by striking at the roots of exploitation and oppression, subjugation and degradation of women, by deconstructing covert and overt violence against women in both personal and public lives, They have questioned the pillars of male domination within the family, in the kinship network, in the organized religion, in the media, and in the state. Series of legal reforms with respect to family laws dealing with marriage, divorce, custody of children, maintenance, inheritance, domestic violence, sexual violence, workplace harassment, maternity benefits, all of the and gender budgeting have been taken up by feminists in their respective socio-cultural political context. And that's why women's rights movement and the women's studies scholars uh, informed by feminist ethos and feminist principles and feminist theorization have played a very pivotal role in last 50 years. I would like to end with our very important legacy that we had, that when there was a First World War, it was the women, the feminists who demanded, they were socialist feminists, they demanded that they did not want war. They wanted peace. They did not want uh, bullets. They wanted bread. They did not want any kind of tanks. They wanted milk for the children. And this was the song which women were marching in so many countries in at the time of the First World War. As we go marching, marching in the beauty of the day, a million darkened kitchens, 1,000 mills slopes grey, are touched with all the radiance that a sudden sun discloses. For people hear us singing bread and roses, bread and roses. As we go marching, marching, we battle too for men, for they are women's children, and we mother them again. Our lives shall not be sweetened from birth until life closes. Hearts starve as well as bodies. Give us bread, but give us roses. As we go marching, marching, we bring the greater days, for the rising of the women means the rising of the race. No more the drudge and idler tend that toil where one reposes, but the sharing of the life's glories, bread and roses, bread and roses. These are the references. All of them are available in public domain. You can download them. And yeah, thank you. So now we have a social media is also aiding feminist expression. Yesterday, there was a question to Dr. Linda Lane whether in what way social media, is it damages or facilitates the feminism? I think it's a both way. And we have seen that 1 billion rising campaign could take such a huge form and expression, mainly because of the social media, because even those who were not who were in the most remotest part of the world, they also now know that collective expression of women are fighting against oppressive forces and the intermovement dialogue. So that's why we call them trends in feminism, that it is not a straitjacket way in which we think everything is, you are there with the open mind, you learn from each other, and you strike against any form of patriarchal onslaught on women's existence. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for this enlightening and engaging presentation. We would now like to open the floor for a Q&A session. Could all participants please introduce themselves before they ask their question? Shivani ji, would you like to ask your question first?
Thank you. Thank
Yeah.
you, Rehmat. Good afternoon, ma'am. This is Shivani from Savitribai Phule Pune University.
Yeah.
I'm working as assistant professor in Interdisciplinary School of Science, and I'm a student of Professor Vibhuti Patel, ma'am. Ma'am, when you were talking about how literature has the writings of post-colonial time have contributed in creating an awareness towards feminist leanings and how it has been working, I got reminded of short stories by Ismat Chugte, and how she has across the religion, across the social classes, she has projected how women of different strata, say a maid in a house, a lady who's a begum to some erstwhile nawab, and how how she has created an awareness in a very subtle, sarcastic, but in a funny way sometimes, and sometimes which gives an opportunity where that story stays in the mind. So I wanted to have your remarks on how uh, I can't name certain stories, but there was one story which was quite controversial, where a rape
Yeah.
was.
Yeah.
Yes. So I wanted your remarks on that, ma'am.
Yeah,
Thank
I
you.
think Chuktai's work has been extremely revered by the feminists. It's translated in almost several languages in our country. And Lihaf, yes, the most controversial ones where she was, it was outlawed during the colonial times. But it's a very powerful story, which also talks about, which brings out so many layers of intersectionality. The Begum's Begum being neglected by her husband, she doesn't, though she has prospered, she's in a prosperous, economically secure background, but she doesn't have any what you call meaningful relationship with her life partner, and the bantering between Begum and her cat, the lady who looks after her, that is also brings out so many, and they are very different personality wise, look wise also, and the bond that they have, no. And sexuality, the most important thing is about the question of sexuality, which is the lesbian relationship there, and that is not very explicit. Chukai has written it in a very subtle way, and I think in all stories of Ismat Chugtai, that women's desires, women's agency, I think that is very important in all her works, whether it's and also Asha Purna Devi and so many women who have written in regional language as well as in Hindi. No? Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Could we now, Anvisha Royji, would you like to ask your question?
Yeah.
Hello, ma'am.
Yeah.
My name is Anvesha.
Oh.
I'm a student, I'm a master's student at GISC, and I am also a students activist at ISA, All India Student Association. My question, it has been with me for quite a very long time. So as a Marxist, I was wondering if we can categorize ourselves into a particular kind of feminism. If I can categorize myself into a particular kind of feminism, because I think that in today's context, given today's political situation, Marxist feminism also extends its understanding to Black feminism, intersectional feminism,
Correct.
socialist feminism.
Yeah.
Like Marxism does not teach us to ignore the exploitations faced by people in across the cross sections of society. So how do I categorize myself? Is a category even possible? That is my first question.
That's why I said that watertight compartments are not possible. These are the historically developed various trends that we have. And currently, if we see that so many, when you are, say, fighting against violence against women and situating it in a intersectional perspective, so these are all different perspectives which enrich your understanding of women's predicament and also contribute to the strategies for struggle. No, what kind of tactics, day-to-day tactics and strategies you would evolve. So, like I was earlier, like before I started, getting exposure to radical feminists, for me, everything belonged to, was a class contradiction, that why violence was taking place because of that. It was the radical feminists who said that, no, it is a patriarchal way. And especially reading of Susan Brown Miller, it made me more, I did not fully buy her perspective that everything is decided by the patriarchal violence, because we see so many men who are in subordinate position, they also get violated by women who are powerful. So it doesn't completely, the patriarchy doesn't completely explain that why this kind of unequal relations are there. So I think most important thing is that accepting them as a perspective, and these perspectives are useful in our praxis, no? I would see it like that. I won't put myself only as once upon a time I used to say that, okay, I was a Marxist feminist and I became a socialist feminist later on. But now I think that all these different insights which come from, whether it's a psychological, when I'm doing a counseling work, I always remember what the psychoanalytical feminists say. that first of all, legitimation of the women's experiences, consciousness raising, or when I talk, when I'm facing the, say, environmental crisis, I always refer to the works of Manna Shiva or Maria Mies, because some of their or the experiences of Chipko movement. So it is not that I'm only one thing, no? One has borrowed, or one has understood the reality or found the solutions to the complexity of current situation from all these trends. So I won't say that they are exclusionary. One, you have to have either or. I don't see, I think they are complementing each other.
Thank you so much, ma'am. My second question is that, in the context of the current political scenario, we have seen the assertions of so many different kinds of feminisms against fascism in India. My question is that how do we bring together all these different feminist movements into one united front against fascism so as to strengthen the movement?
To see, the first of all, the none of the feminist trends accept pyramidal structure or the centralized structure. No, wherever we are, we understand our reality best, and we fight against it. And the question of solidarity remains, that wherever you are, you express your solidarity with each other. But bringing them under one, which is the classical political party structure, that you have a political party where you have different branches, and you have one president, one politburo and central committee, and the branch secretary. That kind of structures feminists have always abhorred. Right
Yes,
from
of
the very
course.
beginning. They believe
Of
that
course.
wherever you are, you fight, you exchange ideas, you form networks, horizontal networks and vertical networks also, that wherever you are, you have, then you also interact with the state level network, then the subnational level or national level and global networks. So feminist way of organization is working through networks and expressing solidarities, exchanging experiences, and and keeping in touch with each other. No? And now it is much easier with the social media. It's the geographical boundaries can also be transcended easily.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Amrita Saikyaji, would you like to ask your question?
Yeah, thank you so much for the enlightening lecture, ma'am. So I'm a postdoctoral researcher. So my question is, despite many international legal instruments like the provisions of the Geneva Convention and the Common Article 3 of the 4 Geneva Conventions, then UNSC Resolution 1325 and its 8 or 9 other sister resolutions, why is conflict-related sexual violence still inevitable? As we have seen in the context of the recent conflicts in Manipur, Palestine, Ukraine, and why have we failed globally? And what are the feminist critiques of the failure of the governments and the international community in addressing the rise in conflict-related sexual violence?
Yeah, I think the main thing is that how the training of even army, even women who enter into those male structures, they also become like that, because we saw even Abu Ghraib how the prisoners were treated by that woman officer, a soldier. So using women's body to settle the account, whether it is in ethnic tension or in communal riots or territorial war, I think that is one thing which I think not enough attention is paid even by the UN, because when you talk about the peacekeeping, peace building, peacemaking, there also what alternative strategies do we have? They only talk about providing support to the survivor of violence, but what do we do to prevent this kind of violence? What kind of and that there comes the role of socialization and early childhood education, and seeing women or a girl child as a citizen or individual, not as a sex object. I think it is far more pervasive. It is not only what happens in the war situation is the extreme and the most gory and barbaric form, but its seeds are very much there in the our society, so the way society looks at girl and woman. So we have to start right from there to come across, because why even in a war crime tribunal, we see in the films or in novels or in documents that even during the First and Second World War, the soldiers treated women in a very, very very, very objectionable ways, mainly as a sexual comfort women, or like in a film like Geisha, they have shown it. But that doesn't become a point of a serious discussion, no? That women's body being used for sexual gratification against her will, that doesn't become it remains only in the feminist discourses. Why in the mainstream discourses this kind of discussions don't take place in the global bodies, no? Even NGOs. I remember discussing with some of the bosses of Amnesty International or Human Rights Watch. They would not even accept gender-based violence as a human rights issue. I'm talking of before 1993. After 1993, things changed. After Vienna Congress, it changed. But before that, even that was not there. We remember when we went to Colombo, our feminist friends from Sri Lanka took us to the refugee camps in Jaffna. And we met so many Tamil women who were raped by Indian peacekeeping forces, no? And all those testimonies, we had a first-hand experience, first-hand documentation. It was not that we took something from the newspapers. We had actually met them. And we sent later to Prime Minister's office. And we were told, we got just 2 lines response that received your letter. And we acknowledge that we have received your letter, but we don't, we won't take any action. Nothing can be done, because if we court-martial our Indian peacekeeping force, they will get demoralized. So arms people, they are above the law. And that's what happened even after Nirbhaya tragedy. Only on 2 counts, a women's movement lost out. Okay, so all the suggestions which were given, and even Justice Verma Committee's declaration for women's declaration for women's rights, no, yeah, the Women's Manifesto, which he came up with. Only 2 demands were not passed by the Parliament of India. That was one about marital rapes. That means every husband has a right over a woman's body, even against her will. And the second was the army, that Indian army is above the law. If they indulge in sexual violence, no action will be taken. And that's why Armed People's Special Powers Act, which women's groups have been trying to get it repealed right from 86, when Kunan Pushpaura were in a village, one village in Kashmir. Indian army had not left a single woman without sexual violence. Right from a 10-year-old girl to 65-year-old woman was raped, and women's group feminists had gone there personally in the investigation, and they had got the testimony. But nothing, no action was taken. So I think it's not only us, all nation states are using, and that's why they very jocularly say, no, this is my rifle and this is my gun, where they show that there is a rifle on the shoulder and the prick is a gun. And these are the 2 weapons which the army uses to demoralize the computer. With the gun, you kill the man, and with your prick, you rape women and do ethnic cleansing, and see to it that that particular nation state or that particular nation, the community, gets completely devastated, not only in terms of material reality, but also in terms of their morale, their self-esteem, their sense of dignity also gets violated.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Batulji, would you like to ask your question?
Right. Thank you so much. My name is Batul Shafiq and I am a law student from BITS Law School. So, ma'am, my question here is that I've read The Color Purple for the first time for my semester, my course, on intersectionality and critical thinking in the previous semester. And it comprises of, instances of sexual violence that have been perpetuated on women, right? And those experiences and those instances occur very frequently in the text. So even the language of the text is very native to the African American dialect of English. So that as something that as an example of literature being an example of liberating women from the patriarchal oppression is amazing. But what I have noticed in my class is that many people, including many women, and of course there were men in my class who were discomforted by those instances of violence that were there in the book, and did not appreciate the literature as a feminist text, and thought of it as just a repeated book, that contained of repeated instances of sexual violence. So what do you think when you I want your opinion on
But
these.
that's what the African feminists are saying. No, they want us to become discomforted because
Exactly.
they have faced it for 500 years, day in and day out. And
Right.
world has to understand that this is what happened in the history, and you can never forget it. And once you are discomforted, you also start thinking that what is the way in which at least we won't do this, or we would in our life we will see to it that it doesn't happen. No, it is like going to the museum in Germany, about the war museum, museum of genocide. It's important to see. When you go there, you feel depressed, you lose your faith in humanity. Or when you go to Kampuchea and see those mountains of skulls, which the Pol Pot had killed people. 1 million people were killed by the despot. But you have to, this kind of discomfort is healthy. It's understand. It's very important that your own people in the men and women have faced this kind of brutalization, and we should never forget and see to it that in future doesn't happen.
But ma'am, my
It's a
question
good learning
also
experience.
is that does this discomfort in the modern age, where it's so easy to dismiss a piece of literature, can this lead to the dismissal of the experiences of feminist women and the dismissal of these pieces of literature?
No, I don't think. On the contrary, it becomes the long lasting, because nobody can forget Color Purple. You may not agree with
Right.
some scenes, but it's so haunting, It completely changes the way you look at African women. What is going on in their inner, inner life and in their life worlds. First time came to, like, we saw the Gone with the Wind or other, but it was a very much a white person's way of depicting African. Can't you see the difference between Gone with the Wind and Color Purple?
Yeah,
That's what
it's
you should
easy.
ask them. You should ask them and ask your teacher that show both the bits of the way African woman is depicted in Gone with the Wind and the way it is being depicted by Alice Walker. It's such the women's agency. Where is it? Women's agency, the humanity, the questioning. Otherwise you just say that, oh, they don't feel pain. And this kind of ideology creates major blunders and major inhuman practices. For example, when the Skutskagis trials, where they were done on syphilis, they did a random sample survey of the prisoners in America about the pain-bearing capacity. What is the threshold of pain-bearing among whites and non-whites? White patients of syphilis were given medicine. So they were in the experimental group. And the black prisoners were not given medicine. Imagine, they were screaming. Syphilis is an extremely painful medical condition, and they were not given. Just because those researchers and scientists and all, they said, oh, and they were very casual. They said, oh, but in any case, Africans, they don't feel pain, no? This is the way you completely delegitimize the pain and experiences of African. So in this kind of a insensitivity, I think works like of Maya Angelou or Alice Walker become extremely important.
Okay.
Even if you disagree, I think it will haunt. Even those who said that,
Right.
they will be haunted by it. Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Anvisha Bhattacharya ji, would you like to ask your question?
Yes, ma'am. So I'm Anvesha from TIS Mumbai, and I'm a PhD scholar there. So, ma'am, you already spoke about the LGBTIQ movement, and also like we're quite aware that there are gaps between feminism and queer studies, disability studies, but feminism does also incorporate the issues and the experiences of the LGBTIQ, especially the transgender groups. So how do we reconcile these gaps and at the same time take an account of the differences? Just an example would be that I came across while working on hijras is the male gaze. The experience of gaze and the nature and the quality of the gaze differs. According when it is directed to a woman and when it is directed to a trans woman. So the quality and the kind of the subjectivity behind the gaze differs. So so there are differences and there are points of reconciliation. So how does feminism go about deal with it?
Yeah, I think that is because all of us have patriarchal baggage, no? So even cisgender, like transgender person is treated as a woman, and she's treated whatever women are experiencing, this objectification or sexual harassment or being treated just for a male pressure, no? This is the way they look at cisgender person. And transgender men, yes, but they also have a patriarchal baggage, no? So I think it is not only the gender, but also what kind of behavior, attitude, and internalized values that you have of patriarchy, and how to unburden yourself from that becomes very important, both for the LGBT, because even LGBTI communities, like if you go to the which are the areas of say where the sex work is happening, it is the transgender person who are working as a custodian, no, and they are extremely cruel towards these young women who are brought by the procurers and pimps, no. They are the ones. So I think there you would not support the kind of brutal behavior which the transgender person is showing there. But at the same time, when it comes to their subordination within the heterosexual society or wherever they are facing, so I think we have to see that what is the position, where do they stand in the power relation. Accordingly, we'll have to take the stand, whether you support the cause or you also protest, no? Where if they are into, say, pimping or procuring, you are going to oppose it. Or where when you see them as a totally helpless people brutalized by police in the trains or in the at the signals of the city, you would support them. And any collective endeavor which is taking place for their developmental needs, you would use your intellectual acumen, your academic skills. So in gender budgeting, we don't say budgeting only for women and children. We are also talking about budgeting for transgender community. We are asking, when we talk about the gender, visibility of gender in statistics and indicators, we don't say that we need data only on men and women. We also need data on transgender persons. What kind of gaps are there in terms of education, health, decision-making, representation, and the kind of violence they are facing. We need intervention of the state and their protection. Why should there be differential treatment to survivor of rape who is a transgender and who is a woman? For in case of woman or a girl, it is a 10 years of rigorous imprisonment. When it comes to transgender person being raped, it is only 2 years of imprisonment. Why should there be? We are fighting against it because rape is a rape, and it is a sexual violence, and every culprit has to be punished in the same manner. So that is there. And then who is the acceptance of gender fluidity and gender identity? I think that's very important. Fighting for their admission in the college. In so many colleges, they are just refusing admission for transgender people. So I think in a day-to-day survival struggle and the livelihood strategies, you sticking out your neck, using your power, whatever power you have, power of pen or power of being in the hierarchy or as an employer or as a social activist, you see to it that you are inclusive. I think that is the best way of doing it in praxis, no? That why should not they be given admission? Why shouldn't filing public interest litigation at the time of lockdown, that why should only transgender people and sex workers be deprived of food packets? Have any relief by the state? Why aren't they listed? Why are they left out? Why the cis transgender person is not given free menstrual pad, where all women and girls were given a menstrual pad during the pandemic? So fighting it at that level, I think that is an actual act of solidarity. No? So that is very important. And then whether you are a woman or a man or a transgender, if you are siding with the oppressive forces or you are yourself involved in a violence, then you are against it. It's not only transgender or man, even a woman indulging in that, we are going to oppose it.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Can we have a
Mr.
question?
Abel Raj. Abel.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ma'am, thank you so much, because it was a very rich and dense presentation covering vast territory. So I learned a lot. In passing, you mentioned about cultural nationalism, and it somehow impacts and restricts women's freedom and other issues with women.
Yeah.
Can you talk a little more about it? And can you suggest any research or writing that is published on the Indian scenario on this issue, ma'am?
Yeah. I think on cultural nationalism, I think Ram Punyani has written a lot. So his talks, videos, as well as books are available in English as well as Hindi. And I think when it comes to women, a lot of work has happened. Amrita Chachi has written, South Asian Feminist Sangat has come up with a lot of publications and documents, freely downloadable, South Asia Women's Network, which Kamala Basin had started. So they also have this. And I think in the journals, Feminist Review from London and Science and International Feminist Journal, there have been special numbers on cultural nationalism. And cultural nationalism, when it talks about only one particular majoritarian ways, whether based on identity as an ethnic identity or religious identity or hyper-nationalism, it always creates restrictions for women, because if it is based on the religion, most of the religions are founded, institutionalized religions are based on the foundation of discriminatory practices between men and women, the way we have, say, family laws. If you bring the whole discourse on uniform civil code, what kind of uniform civil code, which also believes 7 types of inequalities it perpetrates, treating women as a perpetual minor to be looked after by father in the young age, husband after marriage, and in the old age by the son, Nastri Swatantram Aharti. If you talk like that here, or in the name of Islam, you also take away women's rights, no, equal rights, and come up with a punishment. Double standard of sexual morality is the main axis around which cultural nationalism punishes women, no, or taking away in the name of Afghan identity, you don't allow girls to go to school, or in the name of African identity, you perpetuate female genital mutilation in 56 African countries, or in the name of machismo in Latin America. You use extremely brutal form of violence against women, so much so that during lockdown, in one city of Mexico, 80 women were killed by their intimate sexual partner, no? And all in the name that you are deviating from the culture. This is not our community doesn't allow, our tradition doesn't allow. In the name of cultural community's tradition and culture, you don't allow women to take part in a public life. We have 2 states in India, Nagaland and Kashmir. They have not implemented Panchayati Raj Act. They don't allow women to contest election. Or at the time of a peak of Khalistani movement, they said that any woman who cuts hair or who wears, who doesn't wear salwar kameez, they would kill her. First, there were so many attacks on women. Or in Kashmir, there were so many attacks on women who went to school or who contested election. There's so many acid attacks which are happening in Bangladesh. It all started with cultural nationalism, that they were getting influenced by the Western culture, and they were not adhering to the Bangla culture, and that acid attack started. We have seen in London and Bradford and Manchester, Birmingham, so many families from South Asia, they hire bounty hunters for their daughters. With whom who are their friends? Are they talking to people from outside the community? So many girls, when they leave from home, they are in Indian dress. After going to college, they change their dress and they are found in a t-shirt and denim. And the bounty hunters, they first of all pick them up and deposit them to their parents, and they send them back to the native place, that means Bangladesh or Pakistan or India, and in the native village, and they are married off. So any kind of this kind of a sectarian ideology is most restrictive and what you call more barbaric towards women and girls.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Unfortunately, in the
Thank you.
Unfortunately, in the interest of time, we'll have to cut short the Q&A session. But if agreeable with you, ma'am, we'll take up the remaining questions post other speakers.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, ma'am, again for such an inspiring and engaging talk with us. We hope to see you in further IMPRI events as well. Now I'm delighted to call upon our next speaker for today, Dr. Chitra Sinha ji, for an address on feminism in the Middle East and Northern African region. We welcome you, ma'am. Over to you.
Thank you. Am I audible to all of you all?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you, Vibhuti. It is always a pleasure to listen to you. And and I was enjoying the session, and of course the question answer sessions. Wanted to contribute a bit to one second. There is some the host has started. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Some technical. Yeah. But then I thought that, okay, I will do that after my session is done, because as Vibhuti here kind of took into broad, many topics into together, and the issues that brought up in MENA is also like that, which is an extensive area and with lot of variety and differences. So, and I don't know, I see a lot of students here also, PhD students, young professionals. So how many of you are really, know about MENA? Because as when I introduce India to not, of course, academics and professionals, but my young students elsewhere, first I have to describe the diversities in India, because they come with specific informations that they have heard or read. So to make them understand, there is a place with 1.4 billion people, and there are so many languages, and the economic diversity, so on and so forth. So I think a bit of that, if it may be reputation or known to many, but for everybody's sake, I will do that. What do you think, Vibhuti?
Very important. Yeah. Because MENA region, there is not much available also in our...
Yes. Then let me also say that my association with this region is of past 17 years, and this is my second home now. And it is my, I don't know. One second, there is some problem. And can you all see me again? Or
yeah, we can see you. Only thing your PPT is not showing.
Okay, the PPT I'm trying to share. Yes.
Yeah, but it shows Zoom.
Yeah, ma'am, you can go to your PPT file.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Once I think there is some internet issue, so the advice coming to me is to switch off the video for a while. Or
Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
Ma'am, you can stop the share.
Yeah.
You can stop the share.
Yeah. My video is stopped.
Yeah, video is stopped, but you
Yes.
can go
Okay.
to share screen. No, you can stop
Yeah.
share screen once.
Okay, stop sharing the screen. Got it. And then I
Okay.
have to.
Then yeah, you can go and open your PPT file first,
Okay.
and then
Yeah, 1 second. I need some. Just give me a moment. Anyway, in the meantime, what I'm trying to say is that my association is in MENA with past 17 years. I live in Bahrain. And what we are trying to do now, I mean, when I give my presentation, then you will see that when I talk about MENA, it is more about, like the Maghreb countries that we say about, say, Algeria, Egypt, Lebanon, Iran, Iraq. But there is very little work on, can you hear me now? Yeah. There is very little work on GCC country. So in my wish for past 10 years is to work on GCC, especially in Bahrain and UAE. And there is, if I may say that the university I used to work, we tried to have a women's studies center, but there are kind of inhibitions there. And it is being very difficult to start a women research center, so to say, but in individual capacity, we try to produce research. Like we have done, me with my colleague, we have done a work on Bahraini parliamentary debates, and then some work on Bahrain financial sector. We are trying to work on female education. These are the basic kind of documentation, and building knowledge is yet to be done in context of GCC, not in MENA per se, but like again,
your PPT is not moving. Yeah.
Yes, there is some, it is not usual.
Can it be? Yeah, it's moving. Okay, fine.
It is not usual, but today there is some internet glitch at my place. I think it will get settled soon.
Yeah.
So
now it's moving. Yeah.
Okay. So now, to understand the nature and heterogeneity of the MENA region, I shall look into the following aspects. I'll talk about the diversity of the region in terms of economic resources, political structures, and human development, then go to commonalities and contrasts of women's lives and ideas, and then the drivers, trajectories of feminist movement in the region, and finally, the theoretical framework that can be applied to analyze feminism in this part of the world. So to define MENA, while we quite commonly and correctly, while discussing MENA perspective, we often package MENA countries within a single bucket based on regional proximity and religious cultural similarity. Sure, MENA countries are united by social, religious and historical ties, but cultural aspects alone cannot capture the multidimensional nature of gender equality. The economic, political, social context matters too, contributing to diverse outcomes for women. So defining the region is often confusing in different interpretations exist. So we shall use the definition of World Bank, which includes 21 countries, like the 6 Gulf Council corporations, like Bahrain, Kuwait, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, and 15 other countries or territories like Algeria, Djibouti, Egypt, Iran, Iraq, Israel, Jordan, Lebanon, Libya, Malta, Morocco, Yemen, the Syrian Arab Republic, Tunisia, and West Bank and Gaza. So the West countries here are called Maghrib and the Eastern countries are called Mashreq. So the MENA countries have significant economic diversities also. The countries can be classified into different groups. First, there are oil-rich, labor-abundant countries, and producers and oil and gas have large native population. These are Algeria, Iraq, Syria, and Yemen. Then there are resource-rich, labor-importing countries, are oil exporters and have large share of foreign and expatriate residents, constituting even the majority in some cases. The groups of countries comprises the GCC members and Libya. Third, there are poor countries and importers of oil and gas. These countries include Djibouti, Egypt, Jordan, Lebanon, Morocco, Tunisia, Palestinian Authority. An additional dimension of diversity stems from the fact that some of the countries are always suffering from war and conflicts like Yemen, Syria, Iraq, Israel, Palestine. Now, per capita income shows a lot of diversity as well. Yemen, like US dollar 1,500 per annum to oil producing Gulf economies with an average annual income of above $50,000. Conflict zones also, some countries have faced years of war and hence their economies suffered significantly. The income levels thus have gone down as well as quality of living of their population. Now, to talk about the Human Development Index that takes into account income, education, health of a population. It is composed of per capita income, life expectancy, years of schooling. Globally advanced countries with high income and robust welfare policies rank high in HDI. Scandinavian countries, for example, with their existence of social welfare schemes rank very high in HDI ranking globally. In the relative scale, out of 195 countries, the MENA region's HDI rank is very diverse. In 2020, the countries in the highest HDI bracket included Israel 19th, UAE at 31st, Saudi Arabia 40th, Bahrain 42nd, Qatar 45th. In those in the middle of the global ranking were Oman at 60th, Kuwait 64th, Iran 70th, Algeria 90th, Lebanon 91. At the lower end of the scale were Egypt 116, Morocco 121, Iraq 123, Syria 151, Djibouti 166, and Yemen being 179. Now, demographic component of HDI, life expectancy, is generally within 66 to 78 years, with the global average being 72. Other than war-ravaged Yemen and Iraq, the life expectancy in other countries of MENA region is above global average. Mean years of schooling of population also varies. The GCC countries exceed the global average of 8 years with a range of 9.5 to 12 years of education. In Iran, 12.3 years, and some other countries, the range is 3 to 8 years. Yemen being again the most backward in terms of educational attainment indicator. Now, politics of MENA region, according to the Economist Groups of Democracy Index, Israel is the only democratic country qualified as for a flawed democracy, ranked 28th in the world. This ranking is from 2020. In the Middle East, while Tunisia is like 53 worldwide, is the only democracy, also flawed democracy in North Africa. MENA countries with the highest scores are Israel, Tunisia, Lebanon, Morocco, Jordan, Kuwait. Countries that have been consistently labeled as not free by the Freedom House between 2017 and 2021 have been Iran, Iraq, and Egypt. The remaining countries in the Middle East are categorized as authoritarian regimes, with the lowest score held by Saudi Arabia and Yemen. MENA countries have a representation of women in the parliament, though the ratio of political representation is below average, except UAE and Iraq. Now, feminist ideas and movements in MENA vary in its histories, its ideas and practices. However, there are similarities also. For example, they share similar socio-political factors. They have links in their development processes, nationalist movements, cultural and religious similarities. To understand critically feminism, feminist theory, and praxis in MENA, it is important to analyze the diversity within women's movement, historical development, political contests, goal, and strategies. Any analysis and understanding of women's movement in the MENA region, one must keep in mind that some shared context concerns among women in this area with considerable diversity and differences regarding its economic condition, as explained, geography, ethnic groups, religious affiliations, social classes, nationalities, and linguistic communities. MENA or Middle East is not homogeneous, uniform region. It is as it is perceived, like people live in villages, towns, there are small villages, there are towns, there are cities. It is, I mean, at times you feel that GCC is all about Dubai. It is not like that at all. There is no typical Middle Eastern woman. There is a great variety in them also. Given the socio-cultural fluidity and huge diversity, one has to be very careful before generalizing about women's approaches to their movement, gender relations, or assuming that they are in the same, in this complex region. Judith Tucker, I quote, she says that the diversity of the region militates against any useful generalization. Women's lives, their access to power and economic resources, as well as their social and legal standing, surely vary from one community or class to another. Many scholars, while working on MENA, argue that despite differences within MENA, there are certain shared understanding of gender as a social category. Some find Islam as a guide to gender organization, that is, Islamic culture has everything to do with gender. Fatima Marisi, a Moroccan feminist sociologist, there's a very interesting book. I'll check if it is like available online. The name of the book is Women in Muslim Unconscious. That was written in 1984. Marnisi argues that Islam was largely distorted by the male jurist who wished to attribute to Islam misogynist tendencies that the Prophet did not possess. Whatever role people ascribe to Islam regarding gender relations, we must remember that MENA was not and is not synonymous with Islam. Firstly, Islam is heterogeneous in itself. But there are differences between Shia and Sunnah that we know. There are other Muslim groups like Alawiti minority group in Turkey, women belonging to religious minority groups such as Maronites, which is a Roman Catholic group in Lebanon, Coptic Christians in Egypt, for example, but generally, exposed to same culture, very similar cultural and social codes, and traditions as their Muslim neighbors of the same socioeconomic class. Even customs and traditions are not always rooted in religion. For example, female circumcision, which is practiced in Egypt both by Muslim and Coptic Christians, though it is rooted in the Egyptian pharaonic times of the pharaoh, it is very common in African countries like Somalia and Sudan, but not practiced in most of the Muslim countries. It is most of the Muslim countries, they have never followed female circumcision. Another important point is that religious codes are always based on cultural codes, but also mostly they are interpreted by men, and many a times, like the other religious communities also followed similar cultural codes, I think, which is also in India to some extent.
Yeah.
The Islamic tradition and culture and customs that exist throughout MENA region is also not homogeneous. There are a lot of local specificities of sexual segregation, veiling, women belonging to private sphere, while men belong to public sphere, sexual modesty, then concept of honor and shame, etc. differ from area to area. It is not uniform throughout the region. Another, theorist now, Hisham Sharabi, in his book Neo-Patriarchy, he understands that it is, he says that a theory of distorted change in the Arab society. He introduces the concept of neo-patriarchy to describe different forms of authoritarianism, the society at all levels. And like in the macro level, he talks about authoritarianism of economy and the state. And in the micro level, the authoritarianism of the family being, Vibhuti also earlier was describing that family being the nuclei of the entire patriarchal system. He emphasizes that historical patriarchal authority structure has not succumbed to the post-colonial modernized Middle Eastern society. Rather, it reinvented itself at various levels. Sharabi refers to this modernized patriarchy as neo-patriarchy in the context of Middle Eastern society. And it is very relevant, which living here, one can understand. Maybe we can come to Sharabi's theory later if time permits. Another important, author we all must read is Leela Abul Ghod. And she talks about feminist and Islamist agenda in contemporary Egypt, and that reveals an overlap between secular, modern, and Islamist attitude towards several events and customs. First, she brings in the example of modern marriages, which have a modern notion of conjugal love and nuclear family as ideal, but combination of like other things. Interestingly, she in her earlier times, she did a research on a television serial from Egypt. She names her book is Dramas of Nationhood, the Politics of Television in Egypt. There she talks about one particular serial which ran for years and years, and it was a family drama, but it impacted the entire Middle East, and people were so influenced that the divorce rates were rose at that point as a result of that TV serial. So she interprets that in a very, interesting way. One can look for it if you are interested. Then coming to women's movement, the oscillation between diversity and similarity is also true for the study of women's movement, like specific historical trajectories, as well as new and current ideas account for a variety of women's movement in different countries. Women's movement in the Middle East are similar in a way that they share similar historical and political factors, like their nationalist movements, processes of modernization and development, and tension between religious and secular forces. The combination of predominantly Muslim societies encounter with an imperialist West, the flawed nature of agendas for national development, and the preoccupation with Islam as a marker of cultural identity are generally perceived to have constrained and restricted discourses throughout Middle East. Mervit Hatem in 1993 says that nature and development of women's movement in the Middle East must be viewed in the context of regional and international factors. Like women's organization in the 60s and the 70s took forward the policies for the women and decided by the gender regimes that in turn discredited the women's organization themselves. For example, they developed a lot of functions which ranged from welfare in Jordan to mobilization and development in Egypt, Algeria, Tunisia, and Iraq. Their functions and activities were largely determined by priorities set by the existing gender regime, whether it was rational household spending and saving in Egypt, or birth control in Tunisia and Iraq, education and training in traditional occupation in Syria, labor needs and or war economy in Iraq. So Mervit discusses this in his work towards development of post-Islamist and post-nationalist feminist discourses in Middle East. And I think to describe the gender regime, again, we must refer to Sylvia Walby and her book, Patriarchy, Gender Regime. She means like the relation between relations and assimilations of gender within specific situations and historical context. So there are several levels of gender interactions in a specific context and history and time and space. In the 1980s and the 1990s, mere independent women's movement were visible in this area, but their actions depended on the kind of regime, gender regime they were in, whether they were associated with the government or independent from it. Like in Iraq, independent women's movement was not feasible in the context of general political repression. In Tunisia, independent women's organizations were constantly on guard against. In Egypt, independent women's organization emerged while state attempted to limit political space. In Algeria, feminist organizations emerged in the 1980s to challenge the single-party regime and put a strong fight when the government was trying to introduce patriarchal family law in support of Islamist movement. In the 90s, they also opposed Islamist militancy. In Morocco in 1998, socialist government promoted programs to integrate women and development in development and reform in family law. Herein, again, a lot of educated women, those who were in judiciary, facilitated this passing of modern family law. Another factor that helped to organize and discuss women's issues and concerns is I create NGOs was due to the with the combination of United Nations Decade for Women. And this was evident again in the Egyptian women's movement. So the rising tide of Islamism also served to push the middle class women to organize themselves in opposition to their socially restrictive goals. And it is also fact that at the same time, fundamentalists were able to successfully push back or roll back advances and gains that were made by women, where the cause of women was expected to precede the farthest. Example, in Egypt, Sudan, and Algeria, this was reversed certain cases. There are examples where women's organization came up in reaction to religious fundamentalists, but more as a response to socio-political, social, and economic realities. Like in Palestinian women's movement, there were two kinds of women's groups. One was self-help groups, and another was more organized, politically and academically focused women's groups. And as we know, due to Israel's occupation, Palestine historically faced economic hardship and non-availability of services. These self-help groups which organically grew among facing like a crisis, economic crisis, etc. These groups refused to subordinate women's issues to the national cause, while the number of women's organizations, especially those who were associated with the political parties, they wanted nation to come first. In my own research debating patriarchy while I was working on Hindu Code Bill debate, I had written that Mahatma Gandhi, once he came to Bombay, and in a meeting he said that women's liberation will come with national liberation. So that was a Little Times of India article which which gave that piece of information. So this is very interesting now that Palestine is like in the focus and we know what we are dealing with. So this is interesting to see that how women's organizations and women's groups, they functioned. And regarding Palestine and in current situation, political situation, Avi Shlaim, Rashid Khalidi, of course, the two best ones we can refer to. Now, at the turn of the century, economic stagnation, the spread of patriarchal Islamist movements, and persistence of authoritarian states, Palestine-Israel conflict, US invasion and occupation of Iraq, all have left mark on the legal status, economic and well-being and security of Middle Eastern women. However, in this time, women in the MENA region developed strong women's organization, conducted research, demanded equal citizenship. They successfully made international network, connected with the international groups. They are slowly but surely changing the nature of public sphere and helping to build civil societies in their countries, and they are helping to shift the balance of feminist power. Like three important changes happened first in the decade of the 21st century that had impact. One is the reform in 2003-04, where Moroccan women got new rights, Moroccan personal law reform. Secondly, the Arab League Summit held in Tunis in 2004, where Tunisia called upon other states to consider promotion of the rights and Arab women as fundamental axis of the process of development and modernization, of the Arab societies. And thirdly, the famous Iranian movement, which, 1 million signature campaign that started in 2006, participated, women participate, they went to door to collect a signature, and it was a huge movement which kind of went for some time. And we all know about the recent Mini 2022 anti-hijab movement, which is still going on. This is not a region that is unchanging. This is not a region in which women are simply victims of oppression or bystanders to events. Despite diversities, since we are talking about diversities, there are two strong commonalities when compared to Global South. One is relatively limited access to paid employment and underrepresentation of women in political system. And secondly, women throughout MENA region experience a kind of second-class citizenship that is laid in the Muslim family law and reflected in patriarchal cultural practices and norms. Both these issues are often the center of activities in feminist groups. Like every feminist in the world knows that the universal problem that is also recognized by women activists and leaders in MENA. Like I often see women saying that my husband truly believes in gender role equality, but he is not used to doing housework and often forgets and ignores his domestic responsibilities. And I end up caring for his needs more than he does for mine. So this kind of understanding, which is universal, is like being realized by more women now. And I would say in the younger group, there is a change also, like, where men are taking more responsibilities, family responsibilities, etc. While I think it is not very unique to India, but while reading about women and work in Egypt, but it is not only in Egypt, all over the Gulf, there is especially to get a job or to get a good job, something works which they call wasta. Wasta meaning connection, like whom you know. I remember that when I was living in Bombay, and the lady who used to take care of my children would say, Madam, बॉम्बे में सिर्फ पैसा से कुछ नहीं होता है, पैसा और पहचान चाहिए. You have to have पैसा and पहचान. So here this पहचान part is called a wasta, connection. This is very important in getting job. Sometimes education, qualification, your ability does not take you to the right place, which connections do. So this wasta is a serious point of discussion in this area. In academic way, this discussion has happened in Egyptian women's movement, but I can see this in the area where I live in, but it is among the social talk and dining table talk or drawing room conversation, but it has not come out in academic way. So, but in Egyptian women's studies, it is there. In Egypt, like the poor sisters, like they say that the poor sisters of general education, graduates for working class and families of illiterate parents, first generation learners, they find it very difficult to get the proper job as per their qualification because of wasta related connections, because they don't have proper connection. Now, to theorize the feminism in MENA region, first I'll talk about very simple 3 branch of theories and then go into a bit other kind of classification. Like in MENA region and beyond, Valentine Mughadam differentiates. Valentine Mughadam is again, if you have to read on women in MENA region, she's one of the author one should not miss. differentiates between three types of feminist movement in Islam. Like the first one, Islamic feminism. This, I think we all know, grounds its argument on Islam, its teaching, and essentially tradition-based and religious approach. And the second one is secular feminism, is a movement that believes in Islam, but might also use argument outside Islam, such as international human rights arguments to combat gender inequality. And the third discourse is Islamic feminism progressive. This stands neither in complete opposition or alignment with both the traditional view and the secular view. The Islamic feminist discourse is rather a call to reinterpret the religious text by women in order to reconstruct more freedom for women. In other words, it is a discourse that bases its argument on the premise that men have interpreted the Quran to further their own power in relation to women. Therefore, they blame men's interpretation and male-dominated norms for the unequal treatment of women and not Islam. The future of feminism in MENA should also be seen in an intergenerational context. With generational change, feminism is changing its character. More progressive elements are entering the social sphere. Education is changing, changing new education along with the technological advancement is widely adopted by the youth. And due to internet penetration, youth are present in social media. They are finding ways to circumvent traditional cultural imposition on freedom. MENA is changing, though not at the same pace. And this is where the new liberal feminism comes to play. It is very likely that the future trend of feminism in MENA will dominate the progressive form of Islamic feminism. To understand this trend, I would like to highlight the relevance of Wolbe's model of domestic and public gender regimes. Sylvia Wolbe, in her gender regime, she talks about, like, if we distinguish between private patriarchy of family, and which is like domestic gender regime, and public patriarchy of the state, which is the public gender regime, as per Wolbe's model of gender regime in a more simplified or modified way. So her book is Theorizing Patriarchy. Wolbe's model a gender regime as a set of interrelated gendered social relations and institutions that constitute a system operating across from domains like polity, economy, civil society, violence. In more recent times, public gender regime comes through market and political provisioning and regulations. So two ideal type of public gender regime is in play now, and which fits into MENA context very well. One is neoliberal and another is hybrid. Hybrid is the combination of modern and the legacy of previous gender regime. So in the context of MENA, this region falls between the lowest and the highest in terms of gender inequality measures, because women's educational attainment are high, but low in the measure of labor force participation and political representations. Also within MENA are variations in forms of capitalism and influences of women's rights movement. So MENA has seen transformation from domestic patriarchy to public patriarchy as a result of broad modernization in the 1950s with the influence of United Nations, Global Women's Agenda, etc. And given distinct political economy feature of MENA, like authoritarian states, oil economies, limited neoliberalization and corporatization of both polity and economy, public gender regime is classified into neo-patriarchal, which is the private and domestic patriarchy prevails, wherein the private and domestic patriarchy prevails, and conservative corporatist patriarchy, which is evident in Tunisia, Morocco, and Algeria, and characterized by strong feminist movement.
Apologies, ma'am, I don't mean to interrupt, but our next speaker for today, Professor Saumya Uma ji, has a prior engagement to attend to. So if we would be grateful if you could just wrap up your presentation.
Yes. Thank you. Because I also have another class next to it. So definitely I will try and wrap up in next 5 minutes. Anyway, the importance of family in MENA as it remains the locus of female control, and in socio-legal debates, constitutions, policies, personal status, family law, child care, elder care, kinship, based on welfare outside formal employment and arrangement. There is a contestation between feminist and Islamist, and reflects the control over women, and including their sexuality as social reproduction. 2 more points just I would like to quickly say is that there is again a very interesting article by Leela Abu Lughot, where she tries to say that do Muslim women really need saving? The kind of, and here she discusses about the system, Parda system, and while referring to Afghanistan, and she says that like sometimes women, she interviews Afghani women, and she says that women at times they feel more secure in the cover. They feel that they are in the privacy of their home when they are outside, so they can be. And even I see that my colleagues here many a times they say that they prefer driving themselves because that gives them the seclusion and not being with some unknown driver or unknown person moving around. So like to see burqa only as a oppressive tool, that is not correct in a sense. So this we should study in the context of cultural relativism, and need to understand that each culture is relevant in its own way. Like dress code is evident in everywhere. We also know what to wear in what vocation and how. So this is nothing new, but the Western idea to kind of demean burqa at every occasion, that Leela Abu Lughot very strongly and successfully brings it out. And another last point which I want to say is that in Middle East, we have seen that education is not, panacea for all, good. Like women are educated here, but it depends on, like, we need to understand here again, Spivak's say burden of English, or go back to Shulamit Firestone and reread her article on Down with the Childhood. So the interrelationship between girlhood, childhood, and adulthood, and what kind of, when you educate girl child, what kind of young adult woman you want to see. So even though women are educated, there are other forms of patriarchy in the new patriarchal context and corporatist feminist context, that other layers of patriarchy are coming in to stop from attaining what they want. Like say maybe in oil industry, the salary difference has been made so much between men and women that it is not helping men. There was one occasion when someone in, I think in Oman, in Turkey, Jordan, right? In Jordan, a lady, she made a Facebook post that she was looking for qualified female architects, and overnight she got 700 qualified architects. So there were these many architects who were qualified but not getting job for various other patriarchal layers. Whatever, MENA is slowly demanding, women in MENA are trying to demand their agency and fighting for their right and freedom and power and position. So yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your engagement.
Thank you.
We hope to see you at future IMPRI events as well.
Yeah, thank you.
I would now like to call upon Professor Saumya Uma ji to give her presentation on feminism and legal activism. Over to you, ma'am. Apologies for the delay.
Good evening, all.
Good evening.
I'm sorry that the last session, the last session had to be slightly shrunk because I think there was probably the session started late. I apologize for that as well. I'm just sharing screen. Please let me know if you're able to see the screen.
It's visible, ma'am.
Let me just put it on slideshow. Yeah, is this fine?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So thank you very much to the organizers, and particularly I can see Professor Vibhuti Patel, a very old friend of mine. So I'm very happy to be here. So the topic that I'll be speaking on is feminisms and legal activism. This is the synopsis of what I'm planning to speak on. The first 3-4 topics I'll only be rushing through just to kind of refresh the memory of participants. What do we understand by feminism? Who's a feminist? Why speak of feminism in the plural? And some types of feminisms. After that, I will start focusing on the interlinkages between feminisms and the law. What are the feminist perspectives of the law? Also, since today's presentation is on feminisms and legal activism, so a little more focused understanding of what do we mean by legal activism? What are the different components of legal activism? Then we'll move on to feminist discourses on forms of women's subordination and the various kinds of legal activism which have come in these forms. Then we'll move on to what is it that feminists critique about the law, feminist advocacy initiatives, some examples, awareness and advocacy related to positive judgments, some examples, and I will end my presentation with how can feminisms enrich legal activism. So this is a synopsis of what I will be presenting. What do we understand by feminism? I think since yesterday you've been having a 3-hour session. So, and today this is the last session. So I don't think I need to explain much. It is a movement towards equal society for all persons without any form of discrimination or exploitation. And the common ground is patriarchy. So recognizing, addressing patriarchy and working towards eliminating it. Who is a feminist? Yesterday, I was there in one of the sessions where one of the participants asked whether a man can be a feminist. So I agree with what the speaker had said yesterday, that yes, persons of all genders can be feminists, including men. And equally, we should remember that women can be patriarchal too, because of internalized patriarchy. So both these points we have to remember. And when we think of who is a feminist or who can be a feminist, anybody who recognizes the existence of sexism and gender-based discrimination, male domination, patriarchy, and takes some effort or some action against it is a feminist. Why speak of feminism in the plural? There is no one single person or theory, and in the same country or place at the same period in time, feminists can differ on so many aspects, but particularly on 2 aspects. One is the historical roots of patriarchy, and second is on the strategies towards a non-exploitative and equal society. This is just to kind of give a sense of some of the types of feminisms that we are already familiar with: liberal feminism, radical feminism, Marxist, socialist feminism, psychoanalyst, postmodern, intersectional, post-colonial, ecofeminism, Black feminism, Dalit feminism, Gandhian feminism. There are other types of feminisms like post-structural, for example, which I've not mentioned here, or post-feminism, which also I've not mentioned here. But this is just to give a sense that there are various types of feminisms, and some of the, while the essence is about patriarchy and subordination of women, and which creates inequality and discrimination, there are differences in terms of emphasis, focus, historical roots, as well as in terms of strategies to bring about equality. In fact, yesterday, I think there was discussion around intersectional feminism, as well as on post-colonial feminism, which Professor Shewli Kumar had talked about. So I was there listening to that with quite a bit of interest. Now let's move on to the crux of today's presentation of mine, which is linkages between feminisms and the law. Law has been fundamental in the historical subordination of women. One of the main aspects which feminists have talked about is that in law, based on a male point of view, male experiences, there is a male standard that gets set. For example, in tort law, you have something called, you have a standard called the reasonable man. So the reasonable man, what is it that a reasonable man would do? And this is a standard which has been set based on a male point of view, based on male experiences. A reasonable woman may act differently in the same situation. But the standard that is set is a male standard. So we have Dr. Usha Ramanathan's article, which critiques this, this concept of reasonable man, and anybody who would like more information can read that. I will share that reading later on. So one of the aspects is that most of the laws are drafted, written by men, and they have written it from their experiences, and they have written it on behalf of everybody, including women, and with the assumption that women's experiences mirror that of men. But we know for a fact that this is not true because of certain not only biological differences, but also sociological differences in social status as well, right? So we know that when men assume that women's experiences mirror theirs, and then they write the law, that makes it very difficult when we try to apply it to women. For example, the rape law, for a very, very long time, it was only in 2013 that the rape law was amended, and the definition of rape was expanded. But till then, the rape law talked about penile penetration of the vagina. That was the only kind of an act which would be termed in law as rape. Any other kind of insertion in a woman's vagina, that would not be termed as rape. This is a male point of view. But when you look at it from the experience of the woman felt equally violated whether it was, insertion of the penis or something else. And that was why there was activism in which feminists took a leadership role, and this particular definition of rape was then changed, and it was broadened to take into consideration women's experiences and women's lived experiences and the ground realities that women face. So that's just an example. So the central focus of all feminist theories about law is A, examining and opposing patriarchy, and secondly, challenging, subverting, or transforming the relationship between law and society through the lens of women. So very often it is just normalized, right? So the male standard becomes the normal legal standard, whether it is in procedures or it is in terms of punishments, or it is in terms of definition of crimes, or it is in terms of spelling out rights. The male standard gets normalized. And what feminists try to do is to unmask this. So they do it in criminal law, in labor law, in family law, in property law, in many, many branches of law. This is an ongoing effort. So feminist perspectives of the law, the feminist perspectives of the law, which is also referred to as feminist jurisprudence, actually is derived from critical legal theory. Critical legal theory looks at law as a tool of dominance. So the feminist legal theory has drawn from that, and the feminist legal theory talks about how law is not gender neutral, caste neutral, or class neutral, and that it actually reflects the patriarchal interests in society, and it relegates everybody else to second-class citizenship. One example is this whole idea of what is legitimacy in a marriage, right? Or when we look at children, who are legitimate children? The children have to be born within that marriage. One has to be able to trace them to the father. So all of these kind of legal norms that have been brought, these reflect patriarchal interests in society, because ultimately it is about purity in the blood relationship. It is for that purpose that you have this whole concept of legitimate children and illegitimate children, or legitimate marriage and an illegitimate marriage. So there are two limitations of law that feminists have pointed out. First is that law tries to preserve status quo because law aims at stability. So when status quo is preserved, and if that status quo results in discrimination, if in the current society you have hierarchical structures in place, you have a power imbalance, and law tries to preserve that status quo, then that's actually going to perpetuate discrimination against women. So that's the first limitation of law that feminists have pointed out. Second limitation of law is that it naturally embodies dominant cultures, attitudes, perceptions, presumptions, expectations, values, and it presents that to be universal or neutral. If we look, for example, at judgments which have been coming in the last few years, we have had a whole spate of judgments on what amounts to mental cruelty in a matrimonial issue, where mental cruelty can be a ground for divorce or judicial separation. And you have judgments saying that I was reading a judgment just yesterday. It's a very recent judgment which says that, the daughter-in-law has to serve the mother-in-law, and it is not right that she asks for a separate residence, because it is Indian culture that the daughter-in-law will serve the mother-in-law. So this is a dominant culture, dominant mindset, dominant attitude, but this gets normalized when again and again you have judgments which say that if the daughter-in-law does not serve the mother-in-law, or if the daughter-in-law does not serve the husband, or if the wife does not submit her body to her husband as and when he wants to have sexual intercourse, that amounts to cruelty. So it normalizes this dominant perception that a wife and a daughter-in-law have a subservient and a subordinate role to play within the family. So these are two limitations in law which feminists have pointed out. And as Hilaire Barnett, a legal scholar, say, feminisms are not trying to reconstruct the law and legal institutions to favor women, but they try to ensure that they do not disfavor women and other marginalized groups. So now let's try and understand legal activism a little more closely. What do we mean by legal activism? So I have laid out some of the components. These may not be exhaustive, of course. First component is advocacy initiatives for change or amendments in existing legislations. So this is one component. For example, we have the Criminal Law Amendment Act 2013, which brought about reform in the rape laws. And also the 2005 amendment to Hindu Succession Act, through which daughters came to have an equal right to ancestral property of the father on par with their brothers. So these are examples of how there are advocacy initiatives for changes or amendments in existing legislation. The second component is enacting new legislations based on women's experiences and rights. As I explained earlier, the laws have been made by men, and the assumption was that women's experiences mirrored theirs. But over a period of time, as the women's movements proceeded, there has been a systematic documentation of women's experiences. And based on that documentation, there has been legal activism towards enacting new legislations. So two examples that are relevant here are the Domestic Violence Act, as well as the law that prohibits sexual harassment at workplace. So both these legislations are based on women's experiences and are intended at furthering women's rights. Third aspect or third component of legal activism is getting outdated legislations or provisions repealed or deleted. Just as important as it is to bring about new provisions or new legislations, it's also important to delete the old ones. So I'm sure everyone is aware of the constitutional challenge to the marital rape exception in the rape law. In the Indian Penal Code, we have section 375, which defines the offense of rape, and it has many components. One of the exceptions is in case the accused is the husband of the woman, then there is an exception. That means it will not be considered as rape. Now, this particular provision has been challenged it was challenged in Delhi High Court. There was a split verdict. Now it has gone to the Supreme Court and it is pending judgment there. So that is an example. RCR is the restitution of conjugal rights, which is an very archaic and outdated kind of a matrimonial remedy, which still exists in the statutes, in the family law statutes, by which either party to the marriage, an unwilling party to the marriage, can be forced by law to compelled to live with the other party. So if the wife has left the husband because of certain reasons, the law can compel her and force her to live with him, and similarly the husband. But here, because of certain ramifications on the woman, we cannot really, we can call it formal equality, but not substantive equality. So there is a constitutional challenge against this restitution of conjugal rights as a remedy as well. Adultery, there was a challenge, and we have Joseph Shine judgment, which has struck off the provision of adultery from the Indian Penal Code. So these are some examples of getting outdated legislations or provisions repealed or deleted. Next is campaigning for effective implementation of existing laws. Women's movements have worked very hard on getting laws enacted. But what happens once the laws are enacted? There is a lot of effort which goes into monitoring the implementation. So one example that I can think of is the PCPNDT Act, which is prenatal
Diagnostic Techniques Act.
Diagnostic Techniques Act, preconception, I think, and prenatal Diagnostic Techniques Act. So we have, after several years after the law was enacted, it was still not being effectively implemented. And one of the NGOs called Sehat, based in Mumbai, which was working a lot on health rights. So this organization went to the court and asked for an effective implementation of the PCPNDT Act. So that's an example. Another example is in cases of acid attacks, we have a judgment called Lakshmi versus Union of India, in which the court had given directives to the states saying that the sale of acid must be regulated. But after several years, the petitioner Lakshmi went back to the court and asked the court and told the court that this directive was not being implemented. And the court actually then sent out a question to all the states asking, what is the level of implementation that is happening? What are the steps that are being taken towards implementation? So this is one aspect of legal activism, that the campaigns towards effective implementation of the existing laws. Next aspect is creating systems of accountability of all stakeholders in the legal system, including police, judges, PPs, legal aid lawyers, statutory, human rights organizations like NHRC, NCW, all of these. So because there are actors involved, there are stakeholders involved, there needs to be an accountability towards them as well. So one of the ways in which this accountability was brought in law is through something called section 166A and 166B of the Indian Penal Code. These are sections which provide for punishment to government officials if they neglect in their duty with regard to a rape victim. So it is meant for police officials as well as for medical officers. Some of the ways in which systems of accountability are set are through filing habeas corpus petitions, claiming compensation for violation of rights, press conferences, signature campaigns, open letters, and so on. The next component is petitioning courts for assertion of rights. Some of the judgments that come to my mind immediately are the Sabrimala judgment, which said that it was unconstitutional for women in the ages of 10 to 50 to be excluded from entering the Sabrimala temple. Shaira Banu judgment, which was on triple talaq being unconstitutional and un-Islamic. Bilkis Banu, the recent judgment which challenged the premature release of 11 of the convicted prisoners. X versus Principal Secretary, Health and Family Welfare Department. This is a judgment which said that the MTP Act, the Medical Termination of Pregnancy Act, cannot have provisions that discriminate between married women and unmarried women. So these are ways in which petitioning courts for assertion of rights. This is also a component of legal activism. And the last component is facilitating women's access to justice. So how is access to justice facilitated? One aspect is through awareness raising on legislations, on judgments, on procedures, also in improving legal aid, right? So it might involve training legal aid lawyers, building their perspectives, and so on. So these are some of the ways in which legal activism takes place. And as you can see, legal activism does not take place only by lawyers, right? You can see that many aspects of this takes place by feminist actors who are not lawyers as well. For example, awareness raising or holding press conferences, right? Or petitioning courts. It is not only feminist lawyers or lawyers who are involved in this kind of legal activism, but any concerned citizen and any activist who wants to take on this kind of work, they are the ones who are able to participate in it. Since I'm on full screen, I can't really see the time. Please let me know when, maybe 5 minutes before I need to stop. It's can I take maybe 2 or 3 more minutes to complete?
Yeah. Please take your own time. There is no.
Okay. So the other aspect that I wanted to discuss was on feminist discourses on forms of women's subordination. So there are different forms of women's subordination that feminists have talked about. One of the first forms is devaluation. Next is discrimination. Third is disregard. Fourth is control. Fifth is exploitation. Sixth is humiliation. Seventh is oppression. And eighth is violence. We often think only of violence and discrimination, right? But there are actually various forms of women's subordination, and these have been laid out by various feminist scholars. And they have said that one of the impact of these various forms of women's subordination is silencing women, reinforcing patriarchal power. And the other impact is that it destroys self-esteem of the women, self-confidence, and self-respect. So this is also a way of reinforcing patriarchal power. Now, using this same 8 forms of women's subordination, I would like to highlight some of the aspects of legal activism that have taken place on each of these forms of women's subordination. So, for example, if we take devaluation, now devaluation is basically valuing the woman or the girl child less. So one example is son preference, of course, and that could be linked to PCPNDT Act, that could be linked to the dowry, the practice of dowry as well, saying that, oh, we would prefer having a son because having a daughter means an economic burden of having to pay dowry. The other aspect of devaluation is women's housework and care work, which have had no monetary value at all. But over the last decade, we have had a few judgments. Feminist discourse on this has been very, very vibrant, not only in India, but in other parts of the world as well. And we have had judgments like Kirti and another versus Oriental Insurance Company. There's a Supreme Court judgment which talked about valuing women's, giving a monetary value to women's housework and care work, right? So this is an example of legal activism which addresses or which counters this whole subordination through devaluation. Second aspect of subordination is discrimination. So discrimination can be in private and public spheres. So equal pay for equal work, the whole movement towards equal pay for equal work, the movement towards maternity benefits, the movement towards addressing sexual harassment both at the workplace as well as street sexual harassment. All of these are to counter subordination, women's subordination through discrimination. Third form of women's subordination is disregard. So disregarding women's choices, disregarding women's decisions, disregarding women's aspirations. So one kind of legal activism or one example of legal activism that counters this is a judgment like Lata Singh versus State of UP, which talks about, choice marriages. Even the Hadia judgment talks about choice marriages, that a woman who is any adult woman has a right to choose her own partner, even if her parents do not agree with her choice. It could be interreligious, it could be intercaste, it could also be a queer relationship. It could be any kind of a relationship which the family does not agree to or the society frowns upon. But if the woman is an adult, then she has a choice to decide on her partner. So this is something that courts have held, and that counters subordination, women's subordination through disregard. The fourth aspect is control. So control over finances, control over sexuality, control over mobility, control over reproduction, and so on. And we see, while we see this kind of control, particularly control over sexuality of women, we see that in many, many families. When we talk about queer women or trans women, this control, this patriarchal control from within the family becomes much more. Another example is reproductive rights, like the judgment that I talked about just a while earlier. A fifth kind of subordination is exploitation. So prostitution, trafficking, pornography, these are some examples. And we have state laws which prohibit Devdasi system. We also have the anti-trafficking law. We also have anti-trafficking provisions in the Indian Penal Code. Very often the campaigns are also for effective implementation of these legislations, because while the legislations exist, the implementation is weak because there is no proper political will to implement. The sixth form of women's subordination is humiliation. For example, the terrible treatment of widows, menstrual exclusion like the Sabrimala judgment, also the treatment, the atrocities against Dalit women, where, very often, I'm sure all of us know about how, women, Dalit women are publicly, they are, their clothes are ripped apart, and there are, there is torture that they are subjected to, which is made into a public spectacle, right? So that actually is very much a form of humiliation. And we have the SEST Act, Prevention of Atrocities Act, which has spelt out many provisions related to atrocities against women. So that's an example. Seventh form of women's subordination is oppression. Oppression at the individual level, institutional level, societal and cultural levels. And one example of oppression is the pressure on married women to bear a male child, and the pressure to abort a female fetus, right? So, which is why the PCPNDT Act has been enacted, and also the Prohibition of Child Marriage Act, because many children continue to be forced into marriages, and that's a form of oppression as well. And the last form of women's subordination is violence. Violence by the family, community, state, market, violence in the family, in the community, violence at the workplace, violence also in the cyberspace, right? So these are some forms. So we have the Domestic Violence Act. We also have the Dowry Prohibition Act. We have state legislations on witch hunting. So these are some kinds of legal activism which have tried to address violence against women as a form of subordination. So I think due to lack of time, I will stop with this slide, and maybe I will, I could take up questions for 10 minutes or so. Is that okay?
Fine. Yeah.
Yes. I will now open the floor to questions. So if participants could please drop their questions in the chat box or in the Q&A section.
Should I stop this presentation so that I can see the...
Yes, ma'am. Bernadette AG, could you please ask your question?
Hello, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yeah. Ma'am, thank you for that very enlightening, and I also feel empowered looking at so many laws in the interests of women. There was one particular situation which I could personally relate to also. So just wanted to get a clarity on that, ma'am. At some point in your talk, you had mentioned about how there is a need to repeal a few laws, one of which is forcing a couple to stay together when they are not getting along with each other. So what is the status of this law, ma'am, right now? Is it in the process of the attempt to be repealed, or what it is? Because there are couples who really have a lot of issues, and for the peace of one another, living separately is actually the best option. So I think in the interest of a woman's right to peace, she should be allowed to take a decision like this.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, Ms. Bernadette. Thank you for that question. So the current status is that there is a constitutional challenge to this provision, and this is through a petition in the Supreme Court, and that petition is pending as of now.
Tell the history also, right from Ratnabai's time, briefly.
Yes. So this has this restitution of conjugal rights is a British concept. It came to us as a part of the colonial legacy, along with so many other legal provisions and legal concepts. This particular concept came to us through the British colonial rulers when they were here, and it is based on a Christian concept, Christian doctrine. It's called doctrine of coverture, and there is also this doctrine of one flesh, which basically means that after marriage, the husband and the wife do not remain as two separate entities. They merge as one entity, and that one entity is, of course, the man. So in the 1600s and 1700s in England, a married woman could not own any property. She could not do any commercial transactions of her own, because she was not even identified as an individual in law. That is a concept which was introduced into Indian law by the British. And after independence, that particular provision just came, it was adopted without any kind of questioning. It was adopted into the family law statutes, whether it's Hindu Marriage Act and so on. So in the 1800s, we actually had Rukma Bai, who was compelled through the court to go and live with her husband, whom she did not want to live with. She had got married to him at a very young age. She did not desire to live with him, and the court compelled her using this British doctrine, British legal doctrine. And she actually disobeyed it and said that I'm ready to go to jail, but I will not go and live with my husband. Finally, it was, the matter was escalated up to, I think, Queen Victoria, and there was, there was a pardon which was done, and Rukma Bai was not sent to jail. But this actually raised the issue of, women's legal status, social status after marriage, and also it is about her bodily agency as well. Because when a woman is compelled to go back to live with her husband, he may force himself on her, which means that she has no bodily autonomy or sexual agency within that relationship. So these are questions that arose, and these are questions that continue to
Haunt.
Even now. But as of now, this particular matrimonial relief continues to be in the statute books, and it has been challenged in the Supreme Court, and we are waiting for the Supreme Court to decide on whether it is constitutional or not. But after Puttaswamy's judgment, which talked about fundamental right to privacy, we are confident that restitution of conjugal rights cannot stay in the matrimonial statutes as a relief. So we are hopeful.
There were two very important controversies about the film actress Sarita. She was a superstar of South Indian film, and also Sridevi, when their so-called husband opted for restitution of conjugal right. Women's groups had also mobilized, and they had also opposed this law at that time, also during 80s and 90s.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ma'am, sorry. The second part of the question is a serious doubt, clarifying a serious doubt. Now, in case there is a couple like this where the husband would like to go in for a second marriage, there is no way the first wife should sign on the divorce papers unless her alimony is assured, right? Am I right, ma'am?
It depends on what kind of divorce. Is it by mutual consent? If it is by mutual consent, the parties will agree upon what are the terms of the divorce. If it is not by mutual consent and it is on any of the fault grounds like adultery or cruelty or desertion, then the issue is different. So I think it's not a very straightforward answer to your question. And if your question is in relation to a particular case, then maybe that's something that I will not be able to give you a one-liner, because I will need to understand the whole thing before I can give you a response.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Aparna Lakshmi ji, would you like to ask your question?
Yes, good evening. Thank you, Professor Saumya Uma, Professor Vibhuti. Thank you so much also. Rema, thank you as well. Ma'am, my question is, how do we categorize emotional control like gaslighting, narcissism, ghosting, etc.? In today's context, this is very relevant, and we see these discourses on social media, but not in mainstream.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for that question. And yes, these are newer forms. Maybe these are forms that existed, forms of mental or psychological violence that existed even in the past. But at that time, we did not, the terms like, gaslighting or ghosting, these are terms which were not very popular at that time.
Yes.
But I can tell you that in Domestic Violence Act, domestic violence is defined in 4 categories. One is physical violence. Second is psychological or mental violence. Third is economic violence. And fourth is sexual violence. So I think in mental violence, this is something that will get captured. But of course, it is up to us when we go to court, we file a petition and we say that my husband has been guilt tripping me or my husband has been gaslighting me. It is up to us, because we can't expect the judge to know these terms, right? So it will need to be presented in court within the established definitions of violence. But I think it's possible to do that if we have lawyers who can be creative and who can also be efficient in terms of arguing it out. So I think that is where it can be captured in terms of psychological violence.
And capturing this evidence would be absolutely, I think, very difficult also.
Yes, definitely. Definitely
yes,
it would
because
be,
from
but I
us,
think,
from our standpoint, what
technology helps.
yes,
So now we have CCTV cameras, we have WhatsApp messages, which can be used as used to show as evidence. So there can be electronic evidence, but I agree that it is difficult to show in to present evidence in terms of psychological violence. But that is something that the courts also know. The judges know that psychological violence within the 4 walls of the house is very difficult to prove. So if there is absolutely no evidence that is available, then it will be based on the testimony of the husband, testimony of the wife. Both of them will be cross-questioned, cross-examination will happen, and based on that, the judge will arrive at a conclusion as to whose testimony inspires the court's confidence.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Ma'am, could we say that being woke is an absolute hazard for women? It's better to be in the dark ages. No, ignorance is bliss, because it leads to so much of, fight within ourselves because we are realizing what we are facing, but we sort of forced to live with it?
Well, I won't really agree with you. I think it's important to be aware of our rights. The Constitution has given certain very, very important fundamental rights. Why should we not be aware of that?
Yes,
And
yes.
once we are aware of it, why should we not be asserting our rights?
Right.
Right? We are equally entitled to those rights as anybody else. Why should we not be asserting it? Yes, it is difficult. It is challenging. Not every case results in success. Laws are not perfect. Law implementation is not perfect. But having said that, it is important for us to know what the rights in law are and to use that to protect ourselves and to use that to assert our own rights. I think that is important because we are not in the dark ages
Yes.
where we just, comply with any form of subordination or violence and say, "Theek hai, this is my fate. So let me just chup chap, I will give myself peace." Nobody is going to be peaceful. The woman is definitely not going to be peaceful by tolerating violence or tolerating discrimination or tolerating subordination. The woman is not going to be at peace. So I think asserting one's rights is not easy, but I really don't find any other route towards empowerment.
No, and also deconstruct woke. It also betrays
Yes,
elitism.
ma'am. Yes.
Elitism.
So that was just as a joke because
Aspiring to be,
is too
aspiring a
much.
better life. That is wrong.
I think each of us needs to determine how much is the tolerance level, and आज के बाद कुछ नहीं, बस this much is sufficient for us to tolerate. एक वो threshold भी determine करना, I think from individual to individual or situationally it would differ.
And creating your own support system, that's also very important.
Yes,
When
ma'am.
you are
Thank
alone,
you
you
so
are
much.
more
Thank you.
vulnerable.
Can I take one last question? I think Amrita Saikia, her hand is up. There is also Batul.
There are two. Mr. Batul Safiq has.
Okay. So these two questions I will answer. Unfortunately, I have another commitment for which I need to leave. So I will take these two questions and leave.
Okay, Amrita ji, would you like to ask your question first?
Thank you. Ma'am, a few weeks back, I saw a post on LinkedIn in which a woman alleged that a man was in a relationship with her, then lived with her for a while and promised to marry her, but then he went on to marry somebody else. Actually, in universities and workplaces, there are many such cases that are on the rise. And often it is said that the woman has turned against a man because she is unable to handle rejection. And the blame then shifts to the woman for consenting to sexual relationship. So how does law deal with such cases?
Yeah, so thank you, Amrita ji, for that very, very important question. Promise to marry cases have been, there's been a lot of discussion around the promise to marry and whether that will, if there is a sexual intercourse that has happened between the couple, in which the woman consents based on the man's promise to marry, and if he goes back on that promise, then is that sexual intercourse consensual or not? This has been the question, and I think some of the recent judgments have laid out some conditions, and they have said that it will amount to rape if there are certain conditions met. What are those conditions? Mainly, if the man promises to marry the woman, and I'm sorry, there's a power cut at my end. The internet may switch off very quickly. Yeah. So if the man at the time when he made the promise to marry, if he had the intention of not keeping up that promise, then that will amount to rape. That may amount to rape if other evidence shows sexual intercourse had happened and so on. But if at the time when the man promised to marry, he actually intended to marry the woman, but there were subsequent circumstances which prevented him from marrying the woman, then that will not amount to rape. So this is something that the courts have now laid down. And I think irrespective of the law, if we only look at it through a different kind of lens, it is not necessary that we need to term it only in terms of rape. It can also be termed as fraud. It can be termed as as a kind of coercion. It can be termed as a misrepresentation. So there are other ways as well in which the law can be used, not necessarily only as rape. So there are all these possibilities. And the fact is that because the men's rights movement has been gaining strength over a period of time, there are all these discourses that keep coming about how women lie, women exaggerate, women misuse the law, because women are spiteful and vengeful, and they want to get their poor husbands and their poor in-laws into trouble, and they are just doing this for that purpose. And very often because this discourse keeps getting talked about again and again, about women misusing the law, even the courts in some judgments have said that yes, women are misusing the law, so we need to stop that process. I think this is an example of how, again and again you say certain thing from a dominant culture, and that gets normalized as a standard. So it gets normalized as if all women have nothing better to do than to engage with the law, only to misuse it, only to get people into trouble whom they don't like. So this is a complete distortion, and it is important for us to call a spade, whether it is a judgment, it's a court, or it is an activist or somebody else who says these things.
Thank you, ma'am.
Batulji?
Right. Hello, ma'am. My name is Batul Shafiq, and I'm a law aspirant, and I'm currently studying at the BITS Law School. Thank you so much for this engaging lecture. And I have to be frank with you, I've read about critical legal theory and feminist legal theory in detail in our previous semesters. So this was an amazing lecture. So apart from that, my question stems in and realize that psychiatric injury is not recognized in the country, right? Because of that, I personally have this notion that a lot of the feelings that women feel on a day-to-day basis are ignored because they are attributed as insignificant, not worthy of being presented in court, and they don't have any you don't, as you've said, have any legal framework to present it in court.
Yeah.
For it to be proof of some sort. So do you think it leads to women feeling neglected, and also actual real trauma of women that go violence in, let's say, family matters, etc., going unnoticed? And do you think that legal activism in in the need for psychiatric injury as a prominent common law principle, is it important in the country?
Yes, definitely it is important. But what I see is, whether we talk about criminal law, in criminal law, it's very, very clear that the focus is on injuries to the human body, right? And when we talk
Right.
about injuries, the focus is on physical injuries, right? Is
Right.
it hurt? Is it grievous hurt? Is it murder? Is it rape? So the focus is on physical injuries. When we look at other forms of law, other branches of law, and we look for example, in family law, you have physical cruelty and you have mental cruelty. But physical cruelty is so much easier to prove. Mental cruelty is again more difficult to prove because you don't have proper evidence, and it's very difficult to get that kind of evidence. Mental
Right.
health as an issue, it continues to be a stigma, something that suffers from stigma, right? The moment in a matrimonial case, in a divorce case, for example, if the husband goes to court and says that the woman went for therapy, it is
Right.
made to seem like she has gone crazy, right?
Right. Right. Right.
But we know that with today's stress, every second or third person in middle class families is actually seeking therapy. And online
Right.
therapy has become so popular. But mental health continues to be an area of stigma in Indian society. So unless all these aspects improve, just bringing it in the law is not really going to help, because society, there has to be an acceptance and recognition from society as well, that women's mental health, whether in the natal home or in the marital home, is equally important. It is not just about women breathing or not starving and getting enough food. That's not the only thing. She needs, her
Right.
mental health has to be equally given priority. And I think that's a discourse that that still is in the process, and it's something that needs to be worked upon and developed.
Right. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We have one last question. Could you take that up?
Sure.
Dr. Irene Kumar, would you like to ask your question? I think she's no longer in the meeting, so I think that we're done.
Okay. Thank you,
Thank you.
all, and thank you to the organizers, and thank you to all the participants for a patient hearing and for all your interesting questions.
Excellent, brilliant session.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your engaging discussion, and we look forward to seeing you at future IMPRI sessions as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Now, Professor Vibhuti Patel, if agreeable with you, can we take up the remaining questions from your session? Because there are 3 people left.
Yeah. So I think my questions, there are 3 questions. One is about the by Saumya A.N. that providing comprehensive. I am curious about whether we have entered an era of signaling the end of feminism. Had that been the case, there would not have been so many demands of the feminists, because after 2013, at least in India, I see massive resurgence of interest in feminism. And I think the feminist vision, because wherever there is any changes which are taking place, whether it is in legal or in terms of decision making or gender sensitization or educational institutions, everyone is seeking feminists. And the perspective, I think, is basically the feminist perspective, whichever school of thought you belong to, but challenging patriarchy, challenging misogyny, challenging gender-based violence, challenging hyper masculinity, I think is a concern not only of feminists. I think any decent human being wants it. And I think here lies the importance of feminism. And there was a time, like after the neoliberal policies became very powerful and might is right kind of a culture was setting in, we were told that you have become dinosaur. But I don't think feminists have become dinosaurs. On the contrary, to address gender-based violence, both systematic and structural violence, systemic violence as well as structural violence, and patriarchy, pervasive nature of patriarchy, it's the feminism is the only epistemology that is able to provide not only the analysis and what you call the way to understand it, but also the changing the reality. That is also in us, both in a small, minor discourses wherever you are, and also meta discourses. So I think it is a very important ideology which is for all humankind. No? So I don't think we have reached a stage where feminism has become it. This is no more a post-feminist reality. On the contrary, there is a resurgence of interest among the younger generation that you see the kind of attendance that you get in women development cells of colleges, or so many schools are inviting feminists to understand, because mainly the question of gender-based violence, no other perspective can provide answer. It's only the feminist perspective that gives you vision of dismantling this kind of a hyper masculinity, which results into violence against not only women, but also decent human beings, against children, against gender minorities. No? The second question is that during Manipur violence, many media platforms, even the few feminists, have written about Maithei women, because see, all these years we always glorified Maithei women, basically for challenging the Indian Army's cruelty in the post-independence period. Sharon Mila's indefinite fast, or women challenging the Indian army and their sexual violence, then the whole campaign against missing children led by Maithei women. I think it is in this context that for nearly 22 decades, women's movement had always glorified their courageous intervention and their role in the economy. Of course, Manipur economy, there was so many matrilineal tribes where women are the main head of the households. So it is in that context. But currently in that ethnic conflict, the way Maithei women have assisted the army as well as their violent men by identifying the other tribes, Naga or Kiku tribes, and facilitating their violence against them. That has really been extremely shocking, as well as people are feeling disillusioned that these are the same women who were symbol of collective struggle against the oppressive state. They are the ones who have now become the handle of states, and the political economy factors are extremely different. It is the people who are living in the forest. Their 2,000 acres of land is sold to only one industrial house, Adani, at a throwaway price. 300 churches have been burned. People have been criminalized. There's a whole question of a land grab of the forest dwellers and making them homeless, and using this kind of ethnic violence for the capitalist expansion in Manipur and corporate vested interests. So these are the issues which get blurred. So I think we need to understand the ethnic tension and ethnic conflict in Manipur also into the economic reality. It's not only the cultural differences between two tribes, but what is the material reality? What is the dog-eating-dog culture, which is engineered and socially engineered by the corporate greed and corporate vested interest? I think that is the only way in which we can. So, our relief work for those who have been at the receiving end of the violence, yes, that is important as an immediate intervention, and our solidarity for those who have suffered, in the way on a mass scale weapon of rape is used in the Manipur conflict. I think that needs the attention of all human rights organizations. But at the same time, we also need to understand this is not only in Manipur, All Asian. I was in Bali, in Indonesia. There was a conference of the indigenous youth. So they all were young boys and girls in the age group of, say, early 20s to late 20s, no, between 21 to 30 age group, and all of them from different indigenous tribes in Asia. They say the similar pattern is emerging all over the Asian countries against the indigenous population. The names differ. Some call them native population. In some countries, they are called native people, indigenous people, tribal people, okay, aboriginal people. Names differ, but the whole capitalist expansion, penetration of cash nexus in the interiors of the economy, especially the forest. Forest is a major resource. It provides you raw material for pharma industries. It provides you wood for the furniture industry. So whatever issues which our women, Chipko movement women had raised way back in the early 70s, they are now happening. This is what is happening all over Asia. And they use anything to divide, no? Because the oppressors always believe in divide and rule. So ethnic conflicts or communal conflicts or whatever is happening in Rohingya, same thing in Myanmar. Well, wherever the Rohingyas have been butchered and dehoused and thrown out, those lands, who has taken over the land? Okay, it's a big land grab. And they're all multinational corporations, transnational corporations. They are coming, and this is the vision of industrialization of Myanmar. So I think these are the factors also we need to keep it. So the forces which are creating this kind of tension and using women as a tool or one ethnic group as a tool against the other, I think that we need to invite our attention to that. And that is very important to understand the game, because what Marx called underdogs cutting each other, similar things are happening. Underdogs are cutting each other, no? And the vested interest gains in terms of land and assets and natural resources. I think we should read more of Maria Mies and Vanda Shiva. Third question is by Manjima Sarkar. What are your views on exclusionary recovery proposes to the LGBTQIA population, especially in the global south, in the context of climate change-induced emergencies? I think a lot of documentation is done by School of Disaster Management. In fact, we had a presentation by Dr. Professor Lavanya Shanbog, where she said that in all emergencies, whether it is a tsunami or Katrina or big health emergencies such as pandemic in India, pandemic world over, and also the another pandemic of SARS in several Asian countries, and even in Africa, Ebola pandemic. At that time, we always saw that whether it was a public health department or the society in general, civil society organization, NGOs, they had left out LGBTQIA community from any of the developmental intervention as well as relief mission. And that's why I think we need to make a extra effort. And that's what yesterday Dr. Linda Lane told us about the intersectional perspective, which is all inclusive. So we have to make special effort, whether you are a researcher or you are an officer or you are in government department or you are a political activist or you are a community-based organizations, to see to it that they are not left out, and they're like the making their records, including them in your reports, including them in the list that is prepared for any kind of intervention is very, very important. And if they have not maintain this record, we have to facilitate between the state and the non-state actors. We have to bring their voices, first of all, representation. That's what they are demanding, that whichever committees you are forming for any kind of emergency, whether it's a natural disaster or man-made disaster or climate change disaster, there should be representation of LGBTQIA community, and there should be a voice. Whatever they say must be heard by the state and non-state actors. So I think that's the only side. Representation and voice are very, very important for all those who have been at the margin of society and who have not been heard throughout the history. So now it is our duty to see to it that representation, space, voice are granted. That's an act of solidarity that we can have. Now, what is it? Are there laws? Okay. Are there laws to protect women from MIL harassment? Bernadette? I think it must be She must have asked it to Saumya, no?
Yes, ma'am. I think it was asked earlier.
Okay.
Um,
Yes, Bernadette.
Yeah, thank you, Professor, for giving a very, very enlightening session. I learned a lot. And one question, continuing on that, sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. So continuing on the discussion on the Meitei women, so I feel that whatever they have written, it's any article or any report, have been written by media, and I think
No,
mostly
women's organizations reports are there.
And yeah, so reports or
there are for investigation reports.
So
Yeah.
it's like, so I feel like who speaks, continuing on yesterday's session, like who speaks for whom? So there were no Meitei women writer or Meitei women's interview. We have not seen any Meitei speaking for themselves. Whatever we are speaking is basically on reports or media. So there are no articles written by themselves. We have not heard their voices, their representatives' voices. We have never heard about that. So, and it's a disturbed area, and then their armed conflict is going on. So we cannot look at the same way we look at what is happening in mainland India. So it's very different now. The right to live is threatened. The freedom to live a normal life is threatened. So everything is threatened, and then they can't live a normal everyday life. So they are running away from their homes. And then in that state, the mental status is also affected. The way they cannot think straight. So in that sense, the people are protecting themselves, from the armed conflict. And then, women act out in a very different way. They have been, the Meira Paibis have been engaged in peace building and everything in the beginning of the violence. Then when it continued, even in the presence of security forces, then these women became a little bit protective about the community, because people were dying there. Their sons were dying, their brothers were dying, their husbands were dying.
Both ways, no? Both sides.
Yes, both communities.
They're dying.
So women could not, it's protective of them, how they started acting. So their voices need to be heard, and they need to represent themselves.
But what would you say about the reports by Northeast Network? Because there all 7 states are represented, no? Or the joint statements made by the students, Meitei, as well as students from from other states of Northeast. So I think there has been act of solidarity. There has been act of the concern that there should be peace, no? Peace in Manipur.
Yeah,
so those voices are also there. They are not only by media, they are by the actually people who are involved in the peacemaking or in the refugee camps, who are working as a health workers or running community kitchen or providing relief or looking after children and their education. So I think those efforts are also not much. There are no such inspiring stories being reported by media, but at least what we know from Indian Christian Women's Movement or from the Northeast Network or the members of Indian Association of Women's Studies, that lot is happening at ground level, which is or talks the language of peace and also solidarity.
Yeah.
Media is not reported.
Yes. Media talks more about violence,
conflict.
But then both the sides have been trying to, at least the public have been trying to create peace among the community.
And harmony, and also the business, because economy also gets jeopardized. People are losing their livelihood. Yeah.
Yes. Thanks.
And also managing so many homeless people.
Yes.
That also becomes, yes, you're right.
But one thing I would like to focus more, that Meitei women should have their own voices. We
Correct.
have not heard from themselves. So this is what I wanted to.
Yeah, we used to hear it earlier because even I remember in 80s there was a Ek Kahani was a serial. We had only one television channel, and there was a full 1 hour episode on Meitei women and where their writings, their slogans. It was actually the picturization. It was a docudrama kind of. So that used to happen even when Aram Sharmila was on Fast. So many of her interviews used to appear during 80s and 90s. But in the recent times, you are right that we haven't heard their version. Yes.
Yeah.
You're right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bernadette. Hello, Bernadette. Do you want to speak?
Ma'am, my only answer I expect is in yes or no, because I know we're running out of time. By using the term mill, I meant mother-in-law.
Acha,
Yeah?
mother-in-law, MIL.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So I just wanted to know if there are any laws that can come to the rescue of the daughter-in-law in case the mother-in-law is at fault. Like, you know, a dowry harassment case. and all
Maybe
that.
Act, no? The Protection
Yes.
of Women from Domestic Violence Act. Any perpetrator is there, as Dr. Saumya told us, that 5 types of violence which it talks about. So even taunting, not giving food, confining her, not allowing her to use her phone, or not allowing her to mix with the people, her friends and colleagues and neighbors. All this comes under the violence, domestic violence, and anyone who perpetrates the violence is the person who loses right to residence. That person is evacuated. The right to residence is granted in DV Act, and that's why we see that if the neighbors, if there are circumstantial evidences where the neighbors and colleagues and relatives, they also testify that this is what mother-in-law has done to daughter-in-law. In fact, so many times, even the anonymous calls by neighbors made on 191, that something wrong is happening in my next flat, or in this thing, I hear the scream of a woman, and the police goes there, and then from they find the circumstantial evidences of torture by mother-in-law, then immediately the action. DV Act is that way empowers the state, because DV Act is not crime against that individual woman, it's a crime against state. Okay, the Indian state.
Ma'am, so what you, ma'am, so what I understand,
immediate arrest.
Ma'am, what I understand is that even if the daughter-in-law doesn't go and physically make a complaint about
anonymous call can be made. Third party intervention is allowed.
Okay, fine.
Yeah. In fact, so many cases come to light mainly because of the people who hear the scream and friends who know about it, or if she manages to call somebody on mobile, I am in distress, or even WhatsApp message, that has also been taken. And during the pandemic also, because pandemic, the cases of violence increased tenfold, no? So even in the helpline, call by the neighbor, or even Dudwala or vegetable vendor who also sees this and informs the police, you have to, police has to, state is bound to respond.
That's so empowering, ma'am, for a woman. That's really great.
We after a lot of participatory action research of nearly 10 years by the One Stop Crisis Center in Baba Hospital of Mumbai, this law was made. No? So we learned a lot from Malaysia, Hong Kong, Singapore, and Philippines. They had hospital-based, hospital center, one-stop crisis center. So this law has really taken nearly 35 years of action as well as research to come up. That's why it is so comprehensive. Main thing is the implementation and budgetary backing, because this law provides 5 service providers have a role to play: hospital, shelter home, criminal justice system, police, and court, and also the counselor, medical and psychiatric social worker. So all of them are role to play, and for which you need budget. So the states where budgetary allocation is adequate, they are functioning very well. And there are states which have not even created any, like Karnataka, you don't have any one-stop crisis center, while the 8 states have responded very well.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I would now like to invite you for the chair's closing remarks.
Yeah, I think after yesterday's intense theoretical exercise and clarity about various concepts, I think today's sessions went more into connecting the theories with the praxis. And I think one thing that emerged there are so many historically over last 200 years, so many trends have emerged. The terminologies have been different, but I think all of them there are no watertight compartments when we talk about the trends. So the way several rivers, they also merge, at times. So many tributaries, they also merge and become a large river for dismantling a patriarchy. So systemic and structural inequality, discrimination, and violence, which the patriarchy perpetuates. I think that this vision is very important, using the gender lens. And that's what I think both the speakers, they did. After my presentation, we had a presentation from very, very illuminating presentation by Dr. Chitra Sinha, because that is the region about which we have so many stereotypical notions. First of all, we don't even see Arab women as a women with their own opinion and this thing. We always see them as a like decorative piece or a candy, without any of the critical faculty. So what is happening in the Arab world during 80s and 90s, we used to see works of Fatima Mersini or Nawal Sadawi, or the quantum of works, stories and fictions and essays and testimony as a doctor, because she was treating these women who were brought, the young girls and women who were brought to her with the female genital mutilation and its after effect and the pain of these women dying of septicemia and all that. She verbalized their pain, and that was the time I remember in 1985 when we were in Nairobi conference. The two superstars of this conference, where all these women activists and feminists from 185 countries were thronging to listen to them, was Nawal Sadawi and American Black feminist. She has written on a lot of race, ethnicity, and Angela Davis. So Angela Davis and that intersectional feminist and Nawal Sadawi, they were the superstars, and they have a very beautiful way of putting forward their ideas as well as experiences. Angela Davis both of them were out of jail after a long time, because Nawal Sadawi, when she wrote against female genital mutilation in the name of African culture, she was imprisoned by the authorities. And same happened to Angela Davis, because she was active in the civil Black Panther movement. She was also put behind the bar, and both of them were out. So I think it's a very dynamic history, which has been very much, street fighting also results in theorization, and theorization also results into systemic changes and the transformative changes through legal route or through political route. So that means through legal reforms and differences in and better political practices, better representation that has happened. And I think the demystification of the laws done by Professor Saumya Uma in such a lucid style. She explained all the laws and connecting the ideology, practices, and laws and their implementation. I think that was an excellent exercise which she did, which made us that very easy to grasp the whole jurisprudence right from the days of colonial times, IPC, and the current debates which are happening in terms of judicial activism as well as legal activism at a ground level. And tomorrow, I think we are going to have equally interesting and very illuminating sessions, because we have veteran feminists like Professor Indira Ramarao, who has been, who writes prolific writer, both in Kannada and English, and her feminist organization, Samta, has done a lot of work at a ground level right from the late 70s. And currently, they are also taking up the issue of massive incidences of sex-selective abortions in Karnataka, which was honored by the RTO saw some car which was carrying more than over 200 female fetuses. And after that, they have now started monitoring, and they are intervening and seeing to it that the state implements PCP and DTI, preconception prenatal diagnostic techniques act. And the issue of feminist foreign policy has gained tremendous traction over last 20 years, especially after the efforts which the feminists made for peacekeeping, peace building, and peacemaking. And the UN, also UN Security Council, involved nearly 35 feminists from different countries to make feminist foreign policy more substantive. Currently, 14 countries in the world have adopted feminist foreign policy. In India, we content-wise we accept, but we don't call it feminist policy. We call it gender equality policy. And I think you must have, those who are familiar, who were keeping in touch with the discourses during gender G20 in Delhi, and throughout the year when India had a presidency, must have come across these terms oftentimes. Irene Santiago is personally involved. She has several islands of Philippines in which she has personally worked with the military and army to make peace and to reduce the conflicts between the ethnic indigenous community and the state. She was also the coordinator for Asia and Pacific region of the UN Women. At that time, it used to be called UNIFEM. She was a head of UNIFEM for Asia and Pacific region. So she has excellent experience of 42 countries of Asia and Pacific. And the third one would be Farida Akhtar, again a veteran feminist who has made eco-feminist contribution not only in theory, but actually in practice. And it was Gayatri Spivak, and people say that it's a legend that Farida Akhtar and Gayatri Spivak, while traveling together, they were sitting next to each other from their flight from New York to Dhaka. And that was the time Gayatri Spivak had a discussion with Farida Akhtar, and she developed special interest for ecofeminists, and then she tried to merge ecofeminist concerns and wisdom into the postmodern feminism. So we are going to have really exciting day tomorrow also. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing your expertise and insights with the participants today. There are a few questions in chat regarding the reading resources, which can be found in a
I saw them. I saw them in the email.
Yes.
All the links are given.
Yes, so they're on a document with your course content, and they should
because some of them are very heavy. The files are very heavy, so PDF would not go, and it would be unmanageable. So links are given. If you click on the links, you can download them. I think you are given access to Google Drive, no? Because all of you must have filled up your form also on Google Drive. I saw it, that the reading list is there. You just go into the end of the email, where there is there are two files which are seen. One is a YouTube video, and other one is I think, what is it, a Google track file, no? So if you click on it, you can get all the reading resources. Yeah, they are there.
Yes. So we're grateful to all who've been part of today's event.
Can you resend that email? I can forward it. Whatever I have, I can just write your email ID on chat books. I'll do it right away. Yeah.
We're grateful to all who've been part of today's event. With day 2 coming to a close, we eagerly anticipate your return for day 3, where we have presentations by Professor Indira Ramarao ji, Miss Irene Santiago ji, and Miss Farida Akhtar ji. As we come to an end of day 2 of Feminism, Theory and Praxis, an online international winter school program, a 3-day immersive certificate training course, I, Remat Arora, researcher at IMPRI, Impact and Policy Research Institute, would like to propose a formal vote of thanks on behalf of IMPRI, Gender Impact Study Center, New Delhi. We are grateful to our experts for day 2, Professor Vibhuti Patel ji, Dr. Chitra Sinha ji, and Professor Saumya Uma ji, for taking out their valuable time and giving an opportunity to the participants to learn from this online certificate program. We thank all our participants who have raised pertinent questions and actively participated in today's deliberation. Readings from the session have been shared in your email, and a video of the session will also be shared with you for learning. We look forward to welcoming you for our 3rd day of the certification course on 25th January at 4 p.m., which is tomorrow. We are grateful if you're watching us later on YouTube, or listening to us on our various podcasts, or reading our publications. We hope you continue to join in future to our IMPRI Web Policy Talk and Web Policy Learning. Wishing you a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.